An expression that was almost a smile haunted her lips. "My mother taught me this," she said, "so that when they came and looked upon me, they would not want me." "But would it not be better to be mated with one of them, and live a life of comfort above ground than to eke out a terrible existence below ground?" he demanded. "The warriors of Veltopismachus are, doubtless, but little different from those of your own country." She shook her head. "It cannot be for me," she said. "My father is of far Mandalamachus. My mother was stolen from him but a couple of moons before I was born in this horrid chamber, far from the air and sunlight that my mother never tired of telling me about." "And your mother?" asked Tarzan. "Is she here?" The girl shook her head sadly. "They came for her over 20 moons since and took her away. I do not know what became of her." "And these others, they never betray you?" he inquired. "Never. Whatever slave betrayed another would be torn to pieces by his fellows. But come, you must be hungry." And she offered him of the flesh she had been cooking. Tarzan would have preferred his meat raw, but he did not wish to offend her, and so he thanked her and ate that which she offered him, squatting on his haunches across the brazier from her. "It is strange that Eoponato does not come," she remarked, using the Menunian form of 800 cubed plus 19. "Never before has he been so late." A brawny slave who had approached from behind her had halted and was looking scowlingly at Tarzan. "Perhaps this is he," said Tarzan to the girl, indicating the man with a gesture. Talaska turned quickly, an almost happy light in her eyes, but when she saw who it was that stood behind her, she rose quickly and stepped back, her expression altered to one of disgust. "No," she said, "it is not he." "You are cooking for him?" demanded the fellow, pointing at Tarzan. "But you would not cook for me," he accused, not waiting for a reply to his question, the answer to which was all too obvious. "Who is he that you should cook for him? Is he better than I? You will cook for me also." "There are plenty to cook for you, Karaftap," replied Talaska, "and I do not wish to. Go to some other woman. Until there are too many men, we are permitted to choose those whom we shall cook for. I do not choose to cook for you." "If you know what is well for you, you will cook for me," growled the man. "You will be my mate, too. I have a right to you, because I have asked you many times before these others came. Rather than let them have you, I will tell the Ventral tomorrow the truth about you, and he will take you away. Have you ever seen Calfastaban?" The girl shuddered. "I will see that Calfastaban gets you," continued Karaftap. "They will not permit you to remain here when they find that you refuse to produce more slaves." "I should prefer Calfastaban to you," sneered the girl, "but neither one nor the other shall have me." "Don't be too sure of that," he cried, and stepping forward quickly seized her by the arm before she could elude him. Dragging her toward him, the man attempted to kiss her, but he did not succeed. Steel fingers closed upon his shoulder. He was torn roughly from his prey and hurled ruthlessly a dozen paces, stumbling and falling to the floor. Between him and the girl stood the grey-eyed stranger with the shock of black hair. Almost roaring in his rage, Karaftap scrambled to his feet and charged Tarzan. Charged as a mad bull charges, with lowered head and bloodshot eyes. "For this you shall die," he screamed. Chapter 12. The son of the first woman strode proudly through the forest. He carried a spear jauntily, and there was a bow and arrows slung to his back. Behind him came 10 other males of his species, similarly armed, and each walked as though he owned the earth he trod. Toward them, along the trail, though still beyond their sight or hearing or smell, came a woman of their kind. She too walked with fearless step. Presently her eyes narrowed and she paused, up-pricking her great flat ears to listen, sniffing the air. Men. She increased her gait to a trot, bearing down upon them. There was more than one. There were several. If she came upon them suddenly, they would be startled, filled with confusion, and no doubt she could seize one of them before they took to flight. If not, the feathered pebbles at her girdle would seek one out. For some time men had been scarce. Many women of her tribe who had gone out into the forest to capture mates had never returned. She had seen the corpses of several of these herself, lying in the forest. She had wondered what had killed them. But here were men at last, the first she had discovered in 2 moons, and this time she would not return empty-handed to her cave. At a sudden turning of the forest trail, she came within sight of them, but saw, to her dismay, that they were still a long way off. They would be sure to escape if they saw her, and she was upon the point of hiding when she realized that already it was too late. One of them was pointing at her. Loosing a missile from her girdle and grasping her cudgel more firmly, she started toward them at a rapid, lumbering run. She was both surprised and pleased when she saw that they made no attempt to escape. How terrified they must be to stand thus docilely while she approached them. But what was this? They were advancing to meet her. And now she saw the expressions upon their faces. No fear there, only rage and menace. What were the strange things they carried in their hands? One who was running toward her, the nearest, paused and hurled a long pointed stick at her. It was sharp, and when it grazed her shoulder it brought blood. Another paused, and holding a little stick across a longer stick, the ends of which were bent back with a piece of gut, suddenly released the smaller stick, which leapt through the air and pierced the flesh beneath one of her arms. And behind these 2, the others were rushing upon her with smaller weapons. She recalled the corpses of women she had seen in the forest, and the dearth of men for the past several moons, and though she was dull of wit, yet she was not without reasoning faculties, and so she compared these facts with the occurrences of the past few seconds with a resultant judgment that sent her lumbering away in the direction from which she had come as fast as her hairy legs could carry her, nor did she once pause in her mad flight until she sank exhausted at the mouth of her own cave. The men did not pursue her. As yet they had not reached that stage in their emancipation that was to give them sufficient courage and confidence in themselves to entirely overcome their hereditary fear of women. To chase one away was sufficient. To pursue her would have been tempting Providence. When the other women of the tribe saw their fellows stagger to her cave, and sensed that her condition was the result of terror and the physical strain of long flight, they seized their cudgels and ran forth, prepared to meet and vanquish her pursuer, which they immediately assumed to be a lion. But no lion appeared, and then some of them wandered to the side of the woman, who lay panting on her threshold. "From what did you run?" they asked in their simple language. "Men," she replied. Disgust showed plainly upon every face, and one of them kicked her and another spat upon her. "There were many," she told them, "and they would have killed me with their flying sticks. Look!" And she showed them the spear wound and the arrow still embedded in the flesh beneath her arm. "They did not run from me, but came forward to attack me. Thus have all the women been killed whose corpses we have seen in the forest during the past few moons." This troubled them. They ceased to annoy the prostrate woman. Their leader, the fiercest of them, paced to and fro, making hideous faces. Suddenly she halted. "Come," she signalled. "We shall go forth together and find these men, and bring them back and punish them." She shook her cudgel above her head and grimaced horribly. The others danced about her, imitating her expression and her actions, and when she started off toward the forest they trooped behind her, a savage, bloodthirsty company. All but the woman who still lay panting where she had fallen. She had had enough of man. She was through with him forever. "For this you shall die," screamed Karaftap, as he rushed upon Tarzan of the Apes in the long gallery of the slaves' quarters in the quarry of Elko Moalgo, king of Veltopismachus. The ape-man stepped quickly aside, avoiding the other, and tripped him with a foot, sending him sprawling face downward upon the floor. Karaftap, before he arose, looked about as though in search of a weapon, and, his eyes alighting upon the hot brazier, he reached forth to seize it. A murmur of disapproval rose from the slaves who, having been occupied nearby, had seen the inception of the quarrel. "No weapons," cried one. "It is not permitted among us. Fight with your bare hands or not at all." But Karaftap was too drunk with hate and jealousy to hear them or to heed, and so he grasped the brazier and, rising, rushed at Tarzan to hurl it in his face. Now it was another who tripped him, and this time 2 slaves leapt upon him and wrenched the brazier from his hand. "Fight fair," they admonished him, and dragged him to his feet. Tarzan stood smiling and indifferent, for the rage of others amused him where it was greater than circumstances warranted, and now he waited for Karaftap, and when his adversary saw the smile upon his face, it but increased his spleen, so that he fairly leapt upon the ape-man in his madness to destroy him, and Tarzan met him with the most surprising defence that Karaftap, who for long had been a bully among the slaves, ever had encountered. It was a double fist at the end of a straight arm, and it caught Karaftap upon the point of his chin, stretching him upon his back. The slaves, who had by this time gathered in considerable numbers to watch the quarrel, voiced their approval in the shrill "ee-ah, ee-ah" that constituted one form of applause. Dazed and groggy, Karaftap staggered to his feet once more, and with lowered head looked about him as though in search of his enemy. The girl, Talaska, had come to Tarzan's side, and was standing there looking up into his face. "You are very strong," she said, but the expression in her eyes said more, or at least it seemed to Karaftap to say more. It seemed to speak of love, whereas it was only the admiration that a normal woman always feels for strength exercised in a worthy cause. Karaftap made a noise in his throat that sounded much like the squeal of an angry pig, and once again he rushed upon the ape-man. Behind them some slaves were being let into the corridor, and as the aperture was open, one of the warriors beyond it, who chanced to be stooping down at the time, could see within. He saw but little, though what he saw was enough. A large slave with a shock of black hair raising another large slave high above his head and dashing him to the hard floor. The warrior, pushing the slaves aside, scrambled through into the corridor and ran forward toward the center. Before they were aware of his presence, he stood facing Tarzan and Talaska. It was Kelfastaban. "What is the meaning of this?" he cried in a loud voice, and then, "Aha, I see, it is the giant. He would show the other slaves how strong he is, would he?" He glanced at Karaftap, struggling to rise from the floor, and his face grew very dark. Karaftap was a favorite of his. "Such things are not permitted here, fellow," he cried, shaking his fist in the ape-man's face, and forgetting in his anger that the new slave neither spoke nor understood. But presently he recollected and motioned Tarzan to follow him. "100 lashes will explain to him that he must not quarrel," he said aloud to no one in particular. but he was looking at Talisker. "Do not punish him," cried the girl, still forgetful of herself. "It was all Karaftap's fault. Zuan Throbert acted in self-defence." Kalfastaban could not take his eyes from the girl's face, and presently she sensed her danger and flushed. But still she stood her ground, interceding for the ape-man. A crooked smile twisted Kalfastaban's mouth as he laid a familiar hand upon her shoulder. "How old are you?" he asked. She told him, shuddering. "I shall see your master and purchase you," he announced. "Take no mate." Tarzan was looking at Talisker, and it seemed that he could see her wilt, as a flower wilts in noxious air, and then Kalfastaban turned upon him. "You cannot understand me, you stupid beast," he said, "but I can tell you, and those around you may listen and perhaps guide you from danger. This time I shall let you off, but let it happen again, and you shall have 100 lashes, or worse, maybe. And if I hear that you have aught to do with this girl, whom I intend to purchase and take to the surface, it will go harder with you." With which he strode to the entrance and passed through into the corridor beyond. After the Vental had departed, and the door of the chamber been closed, a hand was laid upon Tarzan's shoulder from behind, and a man's voice called him by name. "Tarzan?" It sounded strange in his ears, far down in this buried chamber beneath the ground, in an alien city and among an alien people. Not one of them ever had heard his name, but as he turned to face the man who had greeted him, a look of recognition and a smile of pleasure overspread his features. "Come," he started to ejaculate, but the other placed a finger to his lips. "Not here," he said. "Here I am Eoponato. But your stature, you are as large as I. It is beyond me. What has happened to swell the race of Minunians to such relatively gigantic proportions?" Komodo Florensal smiled. "Human egotism would not permit you to attribute this change to an opposite cause from that to which you have ascribed it," he said. Tarzan knit his brows and gazed long and thoughtfully at his royal friend. An expression that was of mingled incredulity and amusement crept gradually over his countenance. "You mean," he asked slowly, "that I have been reduced in size to the stature of a Minunian?" Komodo Florensal nodded. "Is it not easier to believe that than to think that an entire race of people, and all their belongings, even their dwellings and the stones that they were built of, and all their weapons and their diadetes, had been increased in size to your own stature?" "But I tell you it is impossible," cried the ape-man. "I should have said the same thing a few moons ago," replied the prince. "Even when I heard the rumor here that they had reduced you, I did not believe it, not for a long time, and I was still a bit skeptical until I entered this chamber and saw you with my own eyes." "How was it accomplished?" demanded Tarzan. "The greatest mind in Veltopismachus, and perhaps in all Minunai, is Zoanthroargo," explained Komodo Florensal. "We have recognized this for many moons, for during the occasional intervals that we are at peace with Veltopismachus, there is some exchange of ideas as well as goods between the two cities, and thus we heard of the many marvels attributed to this greatest of Wolmacs." "I have never heard a wizard spoken of in Minunai until now," said Tarzan, for he thought that that was the meaning of the word Wolmac, and perhaps it is, as nearly as it can be translated into English. A scientist who works miracles would be, perhaps, a truer definition. "It was Zoanthroargo who captured you," continued Eoponato, "encompassing your fall by means at once scientific and miraculous. After you had fallen, he caused you to lose consciousness, and while you were in that condition, you were dragged hither by a score of diadetes, hitched to a hastily improvised litter built of small trees tied securely one to the other, after their branches had been removed. It was after they had you safely within Veltopismachus that Zoanthroargo set to work upon you to reduce your stature. using apparatus that he has built himself. I have heard them discussing it, and they say that it did not take him long. I hope that Zoanthroago has the power to undo that which he has done, said the ape-man. They say that it is doubtful. He has never been able to make a creature larger than it formerly was, though in his numerous experiments he has reduced the size of many of the lower animals. The fact of the matter is, continued Eoponato, that he has been searching for a means to enlarge the Veltopis Macusians so that they may overcome all the peoples of Menunai, but he has only succeeded in developing a method that gives precisely opposite results from that which they seek. So if he cannot make others larger, I doubt if he can make you any larger than you now are. I would be rather helpless among the enemies of my own world, said Tarzan ruefully. You need not worry about that, my friend, said the prince gently. Why? Asked the ape-man. Because you have very little chance of reaching your own world again, said Komodo Florensal, a trifle sadly. I have no hope of ever seeing Trohanodalmachus again. Only by the utter overthrow of Veltopis Macus by my father's warriors could I hope for rescue, since nothing less could overcome the guard in the quarry mouth. While we often capture slaves of the white tunic from the enemy's cities, it is seldom that we gather in any of the green tunic. Only in the rare cases of utter surprise attacks by daylight do any of us catch an enemy's green slaves above ground, and surprise day attacks may occur once in the lifetime of a man, or never. You believe that we will spend the rest of our lives in this underground hole? Demanded Tarzan. Unless we chance to be used for labor above ground during the daytime occasionally, replied the Prince of Trohanodalmachus with a wry smile. The ape-man shrugged. We shall see, he said. After Kelfastaban had left, Karaftap had limped away to the far end of the chamber, muttering to himself, his ugly face black and scowling. I am afraid he will make you trouble, Talisker said to Tarzan, indicating the disgruntled slave with a nod of her shapely head. And I am sorry, for it is all my fault. Your fault? Demanded Komodo Florensal. Yes, said the girl. Karaftap was threatening me when Eopontando interfered and punished him. Eopontando? Queried Komodo Florensal. That is my number, explained Tarzan. And it was on account of Talisker that you were fighting? I thank you, my friend. I am sorry that I was not here to protect her. Talisker cooks for me. She is a good girl. Komodo Florensal was looking at the girl as he spoke, and Tarzan saw how her eyes lowered beneath his gaze, and the delicate flush that mounted her cheeks, and he realized that he was downwind from an idea, and smiled. So this is Eoponato of whom you told me, he said to Talisker. Yes, this is he. I am sorry that he was captured, but it is good to find a friend here, said the ape-man. We three should be able to hit upon some plan of escape. But they shook their heads, smiling sadly. For a while after they had eaten, they sat talking together, being joined occasionally by other slaves, for Tarzan had many friends here now since he had chastised Karaftap, and they would have talked all night had not the ape-man questioned Komodo Florensal as to the sleeping arrangements of the slaves. Komodo Florensal laughed, and pointed here and there about the chamber at recumbent figures lying upon the hard earthen floor. Men, women, and children sleeping, for the most part, where they had eaten their evening meal. The green slaves are not pampered, he remarked laconically. I can sleep anywhere, said Tarzan, but more easily when it is dark. I shall wait until the lights are extinguished. You will wait forever, then, Komodo Florensal told him. The lights are never extinguished, demanded the ape-man. Were they, we should all be soon dead, replied the prince. These flames serve two purposes. They dissipate the darkness and consume the foul gases that would otherwise quickly asphyxiate us. Unlike the ordinary flame that consumes oxygen, These candles, perfected from the discoveries and inventions of an ancient Menunian scientist, consume the deadly gases and liberate oxygen. It is because of this, even more than for the light they give, that they are used exclusively throughout Menuni. Even our domes would be dark, ill-smelling, noxious places were it not for them, while the quarries would be absolutely unworkable. Then I shall not wait for them to be extinguished, said Tarzan, stretching himself at full length upon the dirt floor, with a nod and a tuano, a Menunian good night, to Talisker and Komodo Florensal. Chapter 13. As Talisker was preparing their breakfast the following morning, Komodo Florensal remarked to Tarzan that he wished they too could be employed upon the same work, that they might be always together. "If there is ever a chance for escape that you seem to think will some day present itself," he said, "then it will be well if we are together." "When we go," replied Tarzan, "we must take Talisker with us." Komodo Florensal shot a swift glance at the ape-man, but made no comment upon his suggestion. "You would take me with you?" exclaimed Talisker. "Ah, if such a dream could be but realized! I would go with you to Trohanadalmachus and be your slave, for I know that you would not harm me. But, alas, it can be nothing more than a pleasant daydream, enduring for a brief time, for Calfastaban has spoken for me, and doubtless my master will be glad to sell me to him, for I have heard it said among the slaves that he sells many of his each year to raise the money to pay his taxes." "We will do what we can, Talaska," said Tarzan, "and if Eompanato and I find a means of escape, we will take you with us. But first he and I must find a way to be together more." "I have a plan," said Komodo Florensal, "that might prove successful. They believe that you neither speak nor understand our language. To work a slave with whom they cannot communicate is, to say the least, annoying. I shall tell them that I can communicate with you, when it is quite probable that they will assign us to the same crew." "But how will you communicate with me without using the Menunian language?" demanded the ape-man. "Leave that to me," replied Komodo Florensal. "Until they discover in some other way that you speak Menunian, I can continue to deceive them." It was not long before the fruits of Komodo Florensal's plan ripened. The guards had come for the slaves, and the various parties had gone forth from the sleeping chamber, joining in the corridors without the thousands of others wending their way to the scene of their daily labor. The ape-man joined the timbering crew at the extension of the 13th tunnel at the 36th level, where he once more attacked the monotonous work of shoring the sides and roof of the shaft with an enthusiasm that elicited commendation from even the surly Calfastaban, though Karaftap, who was removing rocks just ahead of Tarzan, often shot venomous looks at the ape-man. The work had been progressing for perhaps 2 or 3 hours when 2 warriors descended the tunnel and halted beside Calfastaban. They were escorting a green-tunicked slave, to whom Tarzan paid no more attention than he did to the warriors, until a scrap of the conversation between the warriors and Calfastaban reached his ears. Then he shot a quick glance in the direction of the 4 and saw that the slave was Komodo Florensal, Prince of Trohanadalmachus, known in the quarries of Veltopis-Macus as Slave Eoponato, or 803 plus 19, which is written in Menunian hieroglyphics. Tarzan's number Eopontando, 803 plus 21, appeared thus upon the shoulder of his green tunic. Although the Menunian form occupies less space than would our English equivalent of Tarzan's number, which is 512,021, it would be more difficult to read it if expressed in English words, for it then would be 10 times 10 times 8 cubed, plus 7 times 3. But the Menunians translate it in no such way. To them it is a whole number, eopontando, which represents at first glance a single quantity as surely as the digits 37 represent to our minds an invariable amount, a certain definite measure of quantity which we never think of as 3 times 10 plus 7, which in reality it is. The Manunian system of numerals, while unthinkably cumbersome and awkward from the European point of view, is, however, not without its merits. As Tarzan looked up, Komodo Florensal caught his eye and winked, and then Kalfastaban beckoned to the ape-man, who crossed the corridor and stood in silence before the Vental. "Let us hear you talk to him," cried Kalfastaban to Komodo Florensal. "I don't believe that he will understand you. How could he when he cannot understand us?" The fellow could not conceive of another language than his own. "I will ask him in his own language," said Komodo Florensal, "if he understands me, and you will see that he nods his head affirmatively." "Very good," cried Kalfastaban. "Ask him." Komodo Florensal turned toward Tarzan and voiced a dozen syllables of incomprehensible gibberish, and when he was done, the ape-man nodded his head. "You see?" demanded Komodo Florensal. Kalfastaban scratched his head. "It is, even as he says," he admitted ruefully. "The Zetalakaro has a language." Tarzan did not smile, though he should have liked to, at the clever manner in which Komodo Florensal had deceived the Veltopis Macusians into believing that he had communicated with Tarzan in a strange language. As long as he could contrive to put all his communications into questions that could be answered by yes or no, the deception would be easily maintained. But under circumstances that made this impossible, some embarrassment might be expected to arise, and he wondered how the resourceful Trojano del Malcusian would handle these. "Tell him," said one of the warriors to Komodo Florensal, "that his master Zoanthroago has sent for him, and ask him if he fully understands that he is a slave, and that upon his good behavior depends his comfort. Yes, even his life, for Zoanthroago has the power of life and death over him, as much so as have the royal family. If he comes docilely to his master and is obedient, he will not fare ill, but if he be lazy, impudent, or threatening, he may expect to taste the point of a freeman's sword." Komodo Florensal strung out this time a much longer series of senseless syllables, until he could scarce compose his features to comport with the seriousness of his mien. "Tell them," said Tarzan in English, which, of course, not one of them understood, "that at the first opportunity I shall break the neck of my master, that it would require but little incentive to cause me to seize one of these timbers and crack the skull of Kalfastaban and the rest of the warriors about us, and I shall run away at the first opportunity and take you and Talisker with me." Komodo Florensal listened intently until Tarzan had ceased speaking, and then turned to the two warriors who had come with him to find the ape-man. "Zuanthrol says that he fully understands his position, and that he is glad to serve the noble and illustrious Zoanthroago, and from whom he claims but a single boon," translated the Trojano del Malcusian prince rather freely. "And what boon is that?" demanded one of the warriors. "That I be permitted to accompany him, that he may thus better fulfill the wishes of his master, since without me he could not even know what was desired of him," explained Eoponato. Tarzan understood now how Komodo Florensal would surmount whatever difficulties of communication might arise, and he felt that he would be safe in the hands of his quick-witted friend for as long a time as he cared to pretend ignorance of the Manunian tongue. "The thought was even in our minds, slave, when we heard that you could communicate with this fellow," said the warrior to whom Komodo Florensal had addressed the suggestion. "You shall be taken to Zoanthroago, who will doubtless decide his wishes without consulting you or any other slave. Come, Kalfastaban Vental, we assume responsibility for the slave Zuanthrol." And they handed the Vental a slip of paper upon which they had marked some curious hieroglyphics. Then, with swords drawn, they motioned Komodo Florensal and Tarzan to precede them along the corridor, for the story of Tarzan's handling of Karaftab had reached even to the guardroom of the quarry, and these warriors were taking no chances. The way led through a straight corridor and up a winding spiral runway to the surface, where Tarzan greeted the sunlight and the fresh air almost with a sob of gratitude, for to be shut away from them for even a brief day was to the ape-man cruel punishment indeed. Here he saw again the vast, endless multitude of slaves bearing their heavy burdens to and fro, the trim warriors who paced haughtily upon either flank of the long lines of toiling serfs, the richly trapped nobles of the higher castes, and the innumerable white-tunicked slaves who darted hither and thither upon the errands of their masters, or upon their own business or pleasure, for many of these had a certain freedom and independence that gave them almost the standing of freed men. Always were these slaves of the white tunic owned by a master, but especially in the case of skilled artisans, about the only allegiance they owed to this master was to pay to him a certain percentage of their incomes. They constituted the bourgeoisie of Menunai, and also the higher caste serving class. Unlike the green-tunicked slaves, no guard was placed over them to prevent their escape, since there was no danger that they would attempt to escape, there being no city in Menunai where their estate would be improved, for any other city than that of their birth would treat them as alien prisoners, reducing them immediately to the green tunic and lifelong hard labor. The domes of Veltopis Macus were as imposing as those of Trohanadalmacus. In fact, to Tarzan they appeared infinitely larger, since he now was 1/4 the size he had been when he had left Trohanadalmacus. There were 8 of them, fully occupied, and another in course of construction, for the surface population of Veltopis Macus was already 480,000 souls, and, as overcrowding was not permitted in the king's dome, the remaining 7 were packed densely with humanity. It was to the royal dome that Tarzan and Komodo Florensal were conducted, but they did not enter by way of the king's corridor, before the gates of which fluttered the white and gold of the royal standards. Instead, they were escorted to the warriors' corridor, which opens toward the west. Unlike the city of Trohanodalmalcus, Veltopis Macus was beautiful in the areas between the domes with flowers and shrubbery and trees, among which wound gravelled walks and broad roadways. The royal dome faced upon a large parade where a body of mounted warriors was at drill. There were 1,000 of them, forming an amak consisting of 4 novans of 250 men each, the larger body being commanded by a kamak and the smaller by a novand. 5 enteks of 50 men each compose a novand, there being 5 entals of 10 men each to an entex, these latter units commanded by a vental and a ventex respectively. The evolutions of the amak were performed with kaleidoscopic rapidity, so quick upon their feet and so well trained were the tiny diadets. There was one evolution in particular, performed while he was passing, that greatly interested the ape-man. 2 novans formed line at one end of the parade and 2 at the other, and, at the command of the kamak, the 1,000 men charged swiftly down the field in 2 solid ranks that approached one another with the speed of an express train. Just when it seemed impossible that a serious accident could be averted, when it seemed that in another instant diadets and riders must crash together in a bloody jumble of broken bones, the warriors rushing so swiftly toward the east raised their agile mounts, which fairly flew above the heads of the opposing force, and alighting upon the other side in an unbroken line continued to the far end of the field. Tarzan was commenting on this maneuver and upon the beauties of the landscaping of the city of Veltopis Macus to Komodo Florensal as they proceeded along the warriors' corridor, sufficiently ahead of their escort that Tarzan might speak in a low tone without the guard being cognizant of the fact that he was using the language of Menunai. "It is a beautiful evolution," replied Komodo Florensal, "and it was performed with a precision seldom attained. I have heard that El Como troops are famous for the perfection of their drill, and as justly so, as is Veltopismachus for the beauty of her walks and gardens. But, my friend, these very things constitute the weakness of the city. While El Como warriors are practicing to perfect their appearance upon parade, the warriors of my father, Adendraharchis, are far afield, out of sight of admiring women and spying slaves, practicing the art of war under the rough conditions of the field and camp. The Amaks of El Como might easily defeat those of Adendraharchis in a contest for the most beautiful, but it was not long since you saw less than 15,000 Trohanodalmalcusians repulse fully 30,000 warriors of Veltopismachus, for they never passed the infantry line that day. Yes, they can drill beautifully upon parade, and they are courageous, all Menunians are that, but they have not been trained in the sterner arts of war. It is not the way of El Como. He is soft and effeminate. He cares not for war. He listens to the advice he likes best, the advice of the weaklings and the women who urge him to refrain from war entirely, which would be not altogether bad if he could persuade the other fellow to refrain also. The beautiful trees and shrubs that almost make a forest of Veltopismachus, and which you so admire, I too admire them, especially do I admire them in the city of an enemy. How easy it would be for a Trohanodalmalcusian army to creep through the night, hidden by the beautiful trees and shrubs, to the very gateways of the domes of Veltopismachus. Do you understand now, my friend, why you saw less perfect maneuvers upon the parade grounds of my city than you have seen here, and why, though we love trees and shrubbery, we have none planted within the city of Trohanodalmachus? One of the guards who had approached him quickly from the rear touched Komodo Florensal upon the shoulder. You said that Zoanthral does not understand our language. Why then do you speak to him in this tongue which he cannot understand? The fellow demanded. Komodo Florensal did not know how much the warrior had overheard. If he had heard Tarzan speak in Menunai, it might be difficult to persuade the fellow that the giant did not understand the language, but he must act on the assumption that he alone had been overheard. He wishes to learn it, and I am trying to teach him, replied Komodo Florensal quickly. Has he learned anything of it? Asked the warrior. No, said Komodo Florensal. He is very stupid. And after this they went in silence, winding up long, gentle inclines, or again scaling the primitive ladders that the Menunians used to reach the upper levels of their dome houses, between the occasional levels that are not connected by the inclined runways, which are thus frequently broken for purposes of defense, the ladders being easily withdrawn upward behind hard-pressed defenders, and the advance of the enemy thus more easily checked. The royal dome of El Como was of vast proportions, its summit rising to an equivalent of over 400 feet, had it been built upon a scale corresponding to the relatively larger size of ordinary mankind. Tarzan ascended until he was almost as far above ground as he had been below ground in the quarry. Where the corridors on lower levels had been crowded with humanity, those which they now traversed were almost devoid of life. Occasionally they passed a tenanted chamber, but far more generally the rooms were utilized for storage purposes, especially for food, great quantities of which, cured, dried, and neatly wrapped, was packed ceiling high in many large chambers. The decorations of the walls were less ornate and the corridors narrower, on the whole, than those at lower levels. However, they passed through many large chambers or halls which were gorgeously decorated, and in several of which were many people of both sexes and all ages variously occupied, either with domestic activities or with the handiwork of one art or another. Here was a man working in silver, perhaps fashioning a bracelet of delicate filigree, or another carving beautiful arabesques upon leather. There were makers of pottery, weavers of cloth, metal stampers, painters, makers of candles, and these appeared to predominate, for the candle was, in truth, life to these people. And then, at last, they reached the highest level, far above the ground, where the rooms were much closer to daylight because of the diminished thickness of the walls near the summit of the dome, but even here were the ever-present candles. Suddenly the walls of the corridor became gorgeously decorated. The number of candles increased, and Tarzan sensed that they were approaching the quarters of a rich or powerful noble. They halted now before a doorway where stood a sentinel with whom one of the warriors conducting them communicated. "Tell Zoanthrago, Zertol, that we have brought Zuanthrol and another slave who can communicate with him in a strange tongue." The sentinel struck a heavy gong with his lance, and presently, from the interior of the chamber, a man appeared to whom the sentinel repeated the warrior's message. "Let them enter," said the newcomer, who was a white-tunicked slave. "My glorious master Zoanthrago Zertol expects his slave Zuanthrol. Follow me." They followed him through several chambers until at last he led them into the presence of a gorgeously garbed warrior who was seated behind a large table or desk, upon which were numerous strange instruments, large, cumbersome-looking volumes, pads of heavy Menunian writing paper, and the necessary implements for writing. The man looked up as they entered the room. "It is your slave Zuanthrol, Zertol," announced the fellow who had led them hither. "But the other," Prince Zoanthroago pointed at Komodo Florensal. "He speaks the strange language that Zuanthrol speaks, and he was brought along that you might communicate with Zuanthrol if you so wished." Zoanthroago nodded. He turned to Komodo Florensal. "Ask him," he ordered, "if he feels any differently since I reduced his size." When the question was put to Tarzan by Komodo Florensal in the imaginary language with which they were supposed to communicate, the ape-man shook his head, at the same time speaking a few words in English. "He says no, illustrious prince," translated Komodo Florensal out of his imagination, "and he asks when you will restore him to his normal size and permit him to return to his own country, which is far from Minunai." "As a Minunian he should know," replied the Zertol, "that he never will be permitted to return to his own country. Trohanadalmachus never will see him again." "But he is not of Trohanadalmachus, nor is he a Minunian," explained Komodo Florensal. "He came to us, and we did not make a slave of him, but treated him as a friend, because he is from a far country with which we have never made war." "What country is that?" demanded Zoanthroago. "That we do not know, but he says that there is a great country beyond the thorns, where dwell many millions, as large as was he. He says that his people would not be unfriendly to ours, and for this reason we should not enslave him, but treat him as a guest." Zoanthroago smiled. "If you believe this, you must be a simple fellow, Trohanadalmalchusian," he said. "We all know that there is naught beyond Minunai but impenetrable forests of thorn to the very uttermost wall of the blue dome within which we all dwell. I can well believe that the fellow is no Trohanodalmalchusian, but he most certainly is a Minunian, since all creatures of whatever kind dwell in Minunai. Doubtless he is a strange form of Zertala Kolol, a member of a tribe inhabiting some remote mountain fastness, which we have never previously discovered, but be that as it may, he will never—" At this juncture the prince was interrupted by the clanging of the great gong at the outer entrance to his apartments. He paused to count the strokes, and when they reached 5 and ceased, he turned to the warriors who had conducted Tarzan and Komodo Florensal to his presence. "Take the slaves into that chamber," he instructed, pointing to a doorway in the rear of the apartment in which he had received them. "When the king has gone, I will send for them." As they were crossing toward the doorway, Zoanthroago had indicated a warrior halted in the main entrance to the chamber. "Elko Moelago," he announced, "Thagosto of Eltopismachus, ruler of all men, master of created things, all wise, all courageous, all glorious, down before Thagosto." Tarzan glanced back as he was quitting the chamber to see Zoanthroago and the others in the room kneel and lean far back with arms raised high above their heads as Elko Moelago entered with a guard of a dozen gorgeous warriors, and he could not but compare this ruler with the simple and dignified soldier who ruled Trohanodalmachus, and who went about his city without show or pomp, and oftentimes with no other escort than a single slave, a ruler to whom no man bent his knee, yet to whom was accorded the maximum of veneration and respect. And Elko Moelago had seen the slaves and the warriors leave the chamber as he entered it. He acknowledged the salutes of Zoanthroago and his people with a curt wave of the hand and commanded them to arise. "Who quitted the apartment as I entered?" he demanded, looking suspiciously at Zoanthroago. "The slave Zuanthrol and another who interprets his strange language for me," explained the Zertol. "Have them back," commanded Thagosto. "I would speak with you concerning Zuanthrol." Zoanthroago instructed one of his slaves to fetch them, and in the few moments that it required, Elko Moelago took a chair behind the desk at which his host had been sitting. When Tarzan and Komodo Florenzal entered the chamber, the guard who accompanied them brought them to within a few paces of the desk behind which the king sat, and here he bade them kneel and make their obeisance to the Thagosto. Familiar since childhood was every tradition of slavery to Komodo Florenzal, the Trohana Dalmalcusian. Almost in a spirit of fatalism had he accepted the conditions of this servitude that the fortunes of war had thrust him into, and so it was that, without question or hesitation, he dropped to one knee in servile salute to this alien king. But not so Tarzan of the Apes. He was thinking of Odendroharkis. He had bent no knee to him, and he did not propose to do greater honor to Elko Moelago, whose very courtiers and slaves despised him, than he had done to the really great king of Veltopis Macus. Elko Moelago glared at him. "The fellow is not kneeling," he whispered to Zoanthroago, who had been leaning back so far that he had not noticed the new slave's act of disrespect. The Zertol glanced toward Tarzan. "Down, fellow," he cried, and then, recalling that he understood no Minunian, he commanded Komodo Florenzal to order him to kneel. But when the Trohana Dalmalcusian Zertolosto pretended to do so, Tarzan but shook his head. Elko Moelago signaled the others to rise. "We will let it pass this time," he said. For something in the attitude of the slave told him that Zuanthrol never would kneel to him, and as he was valuable because of the experiment of which he was the subject, the king preferred to swallow his pride rather than risk having the slave killed in an effort to compel him to kneel. "He is but an ignorant Zertala Kalol. See that he is properly instructed before we see him again." Chapter 14. The Alalai women, 50 strong, sallied forth into the forest to chastise their recalcitrant males. They carried their heavy bludgeons and many feathered pebbles, but most formidable of all was their terrific rage. Never in the memory of one of them had man dared question their authority. Never had he presumed to show aught but fear of them. But now, instead of slinking away at their approach, he had dared defy them, to attack them, to slay them. But such a condition was too preposterous, too unnatural to exist, nor would it exist much longer. Had they had speech, they would have said that, and a number of other things. It was looking black for the men. The women were in an ugly mood, but what else could be expected of women who were denied the power of speech? And in this temper they came upon the men in a large clearing where the renegades had built a fire and were cooking the flesh of a number of antelope. Never had the women seen their men so sleek and trim. Always before had they appeared skinny to the verge of cadaverousness, for in the past they had never fared so well as since the day that Tarzan of the Apes had given weapons to the son of the first woman. Where before they had spent their lives fleeing in terror from their terrible women, with scarce time to hunt for decent food, now they had leisure and peace of mind, and their weapons brought them flesh that otherwise they might not have tasted once in a year. From caterpillars and grubworms they had graduated to an almost steady diet of antelope meat. But the women gave very little heed at the moment to the physical appearance of the men. They had found them. That was enough. They were creeping nearer when one of the men looked up and discovered them, and so insistent are the demands of habit that he forgot his new-found independence, and leaping to his feet, bolted for the trees. The others, scarce waiting to know the cause of his precipitancy, followed close upon his heels. The women raced across the clearing as the men disappeared among the trees upon the opposite side. The former knew what the men would do. Once in the forest, they would stop behind the nearest trees and look back to see if their pursuers were coming in their direction. It was this silly habit of the males that permitted their being easily caught by the less agile females. But all the men had not disappeared. One had taken a few steps in the mad race for safety and had then halted and wheeled about, facing the oncoming women. He was the son of the first woman, and to him Tarzan had imparted something more than knowledge of new weapons, for from the Lord of the Jungle, whom he worshipped with dog-like devotion, he had acquired the first rudiments of courage, and so it now happened that when his more timorous fellows paused behind the trees and looked back, they saw this one, standing alone, facing the charge of 50 infuriated shes. They saw him fit arrow to bow, and the women saw too, but they did not understand, not immediately, and then the bowstring twanged, and the foremost woman collapsed with an arrow in her heart. But the others did not pause, because the thing had been done so quickly that the full purport of it had not as yet penetrated their thick skulls. The son of the first woman fitted a second arrow and sped it. Another woman fell, rolling over and over, and now the others hesitated and were lost, for that momentary pause gave courage to the other men peering from behind the trees. If one of their number could face 50 women and bring them to a halt, what might not 11 men accomplish? They rushed forth then with spears and arrows just as the women renewed their assault. The feathered pebbles flew thick and fast, but faster and more accurately flew the feathered arrows of the men. The leading women rushed courageously forward to close quarters where they might use their bludgeons and lay hold of the men with their mighty hands, but they learned then that spears were more formidable weapons than bludgeons, with the result that those who did not fall wounded turned and fled. It was then that the son of the first woman revealed possession of a spark of generalship that decided the issue for that day, and perhaps for all time. His action was epochal in the existence of the Zertal-la-Kolols. Instead of being satisfied with repulsing the women, instead of resting upon laurels gloriously won, he turned the tables upon the hereditary foe and charged the women, signaling his fellows to accompany him, and when they saw the women running from them, so enthused were they by this reversal of a custom ages old, they leapt swiftly in pursuit. They thought that the son of the first woman intended that they should slay all of the enemy, and so they were surprised when they saw him overhaul a comely young female and, seizing her by the hair, disarm her. So remarkable did it seem to them that one of their number, having a woman in his power, did not immediately slay her. They were constrained to pause and gather around him, asking questions in their strange sign language. "Why do you hold her? Why do you not kill her? Are you not afraid that she will kill you?" were some of the many that were launched at him. "I am going to keep her," replied the son of the first woman. "I do not like to cook. She shall cook for me. If she refuses, I shall stick her with this." And he made a jab toward the young woman's ribs with his spear, a gesture that caused her to cower and drop fearfully upon one knee. The men jumped up and down in excitement as the value of this plan and the evident terror of the woman for the man sank into their dull souls. "Where are the women?" they sighed to one another, but the women had disappeared. One of the men started off in the direction they had gone. "I go," he signaled. "I come back with a woman of my own to cook for me." In a mad rush, the others followed him, leaving the son of the first woman alone with his she. He turned upon her. "You will cook for me," he demanded. To his signs she but returned a sullen, snarling visage. The son of the first woman raised his spear, and with the heavy shaft struck the girl upon the head, knocking her down, and he stood over her, himself snarling and scowling, menacing her with further punishment, while she cowered where she had fallen. He kicked her in the side. "Get up," he commanded. Slowly she crawled to her knees and, embracing his legs, gazed up into his face with an expression of dog-like adulation and devotion. "You will cook for me," he demanded again. "Forever," she replied in the sign language of their people. Tarzan had remained but a short time in the little room adjoining that in which Xoanthroago had received Elko Moalago, when he was summoned to appear before them alone, and as he entered the room his master motioned him to approach the desk behind which the two men sat. There was no other person in the room, even the warriors having been dismissed. "You are quite positive that he understands nothing of our language?" demanded the king. "He has not spoken a word since he was captured," replied Xoanthroago. "We had supposed him some new form of Zertal la Kolol, until it was discovered that he possessed a language through which he was able to communicate with the other Trohandar Malkusian slave. It is perfectly safe to speak freely before him, all-wise." Elko Moalago cast a quick, suspicious glance at his companion. He would have preferred that Xoanthroago of all men address him as all-glorious. It was less definite in its implication. He might deceive others, even himself, as to his wisdom, but he was perfectly aware that he could not fool Xoanthroago. "We have never discussed fully," said the king, "the details of this experiment. It was for this purpose that I came to the laboratory today. Now that we have the subject here, let us go into the matter fully and determine what next step we should take." "Yes, all-wise," replied Xoanthroago. "Call me Thagosato," snapped Elko Moalago. "Yes, Thagosato," said the prince, using the Menunian word for chief, royal, or king, as Elko Moalago had commanded. "Let us discuss the matter by all means. It presents possibilities of great importance to your throne." He knew that what Elko Moalago meant by discussing the matter consisted only in receiving from Xoanthroago a detailed explanation of how he had reduced the stature of the slave Zuanthrol to 1/4 its original proportions. But he proposed, if possible, to obtain value received for the information, which he knew the king would use for his own aggrandizement, giving Xoanthroago no credit whatever for his discoveries or all the long moons he had devoted to accomplishing this marvelous scientific miracle. "Before we enter into this discussion, O Thagosato," he said, "I beg that you will grant me one boon which I have long desired and have hitherto hesitated to request. Knowing that I did not deserve the recognition I crave for my poor talents and my mean service to thy illustrious and justly renowned rule." "What boon do you wish?" demanded Elko Moalago, crustily. At heart he feared this wisest of men, and, like the coward that he was, with him to fear was to hate. If he could have destroyed Xoanthroago, he would gladly have done so, but he could not afford to do this, since from this greatest of Walmacs came whatever show of scientific ability the king could make, as well as all the many notable inventions for the safeguarding of the royal person. "I would sit at the royal council," said Xoanthroago simply. The king fidgeted. Of all the nobles of Veltopismachus, here was the very last he would wish to see numbered among the royal councillors, whom he had chosen with especial reference to the obtuseness of their minds. "There are no vacancies," he said at last. "The ruler of all men might easily make a vacancy," suggested Xoanthroago, "or create a new post. Assistant Chief of Chiefs, for example, so that when Gofaloso was absent there would be one to take his place. Otherwise I should not have to attend upon your council meetings, but devote my time to the perfection of our discoveries and inventions." Here was a way out, and Elko Moalago seized it. He had no objection to Xoanthroago being a royal councillor, and thus escaping the burdensome income tax, which the makers of the tax had been careful to see proved no burden to themselves, and he knew that probably that was the only reason that Zoanthroago wished to be a counsellor. No, the king had no objection to the appointment, provided it could be arranged that the new minister was present at no council meetings, for even Elko Moalago would have shrunk a bit from claiming as his own all the great discoveries of Zoanthroago had Zoanthroago been present. "Very well," said the king. "You shall be appointed this very day, and when I want you at the council meetings I will send for you." Zoanthroago bowed. "And now," he said, "to the discussion of our experiments, which we hope will reveal a method for increasing the stature of our warriors when they go forth to battle with our enemies, and of reducing them to normal size once more when they return." "I hate the mention of battles," cried the king with a shudder. "But we must be prepared to win them when they are forced upon us," suggested Zoanthroago. "I suppose so," assented the king. "But once we perfect this method of ours, we shall need but a few warriors, and the rest may be turned to peaceful and useful occupations. However, go on with the discussion." Zoanthroago concealed a smile, and rising, walked around the end of the table and stopped beside the ape-man. "Here," he said, placing a finger at the base of Tarzan's skull, "there lies, as you know, a small oval, reddish-grey body containing a liquid which influences the growth of tissues and organs. It long ago occurred to me that the interference with the normal functioning of this gland would alter the growth of the subject to which it belonged. I experimented with small rodents and achieved remarkable results, but the thing I wish to accomplish, the increase of man's stature, I have been unable to achieve. I have tried many methods, and some day I shall discover the right one. I think I am on the right track, and that is merely now a matter of experimentation. You know that stroking your face lightly with a smooth bit of stone produces a pleasurable sensation. Apply the same stone to the same face in the same manner, but with greatly increased force, and you produce a diametrically opposite sensation. Rub the stone slowly across the face and back again many times, and then repeat the same motion rapidly for the same number of times, and you will discover that the results are quite different. I am that close to a solution. I have the correct method, but not quite as yet the correct application. I can reduce creatures in size, but I cannot enlarge them, and although I can reduce them with great ease, I cannot determine the period or endurance of their reduction. In some cases, subjects have not regained their normal size under 39 moons, and in others, they have done so in as short a period as 3 moons. There have been cases where normal stature was regained gradually during a period of 7 suns, and others where the subject passed suddenly from a reduced size to normal size in less than 100 heartbeats. This latter phenomenon being always accompanied by fainting and unconsciousness when it occurred during waking hours. "Of course," commented Elko Moalago. "Now, let us see. I believe the thing is simpler than you imagine. You say that to reduce the size of this subject you struck him with a rock upon the base of the skull. Therefore, to enlarge his size, the most natural and scientific thing to do would be to strike him a similar blow upon the forehead. Fetch the rock, and we will prove the correctness of my theory." For a moment Zoanthroago was at a loss as to how best to circumvent the stupid intention of the king without humiliating his pride and arousing his resentment. But the courtiers of Elko Moalago were accustomed to think quickly in similar emergencies, and Zoanthroago speedily found an avenue of escape from his dilemma. "Your sagacity is the pride of your people, Thagosotto," he said, "and your brilliant hyperbole the despair of your courtiers. In a clever figure of speech you suggest the way to achievement. By reversing the manner in which we reduced the stature of Zoanthro, we should be able to increase it, but, alas, I have tried this and failed. But wait, let us repeat the experiment precisely as it was originally carried out, and then by reversing it we shall, perhaps, be enabled to determine why I have failed in the past." He stepped quickly across the room to one of a series of large cupboards that lined the wall, and opening the door of it revealed a cage in which were a number of rodents. Selecting one of these, he returned to the table where, with wooden pegs and bits of cord, he fastened the rodent securely to a smooth board, its legs spread out and its body flattened, the underside of the lower jaw resting firmly upon a metal plate set flush with the surface of the board. He then brought forth a small wooden box and a large metal disc, the latter mounted vertically between supports that permitted it to be revolved rapidly by means of a hand crank. Mounted rigidly upon the same axis as the revolving disc was another which remained stationary. The latter disc appeared to have been constructed of 7 segments, each of a different material from all the others, and from each of these segments a pad or brush protruded sufficiently to press lightly against the revolving disc. To the reverse side of each of the 7 segments of the stationary disc a wire was attached, and these wires Zoanthroago now connected to 7 posts projecting from the upper surface of the wooden box. A single wire attached to a post upon the side of the box had at its other extremity a small, curved metal plate attached to the inside of a leather collar. This collar Zoanthroago adjusted about the neck of the rodent so that the metal plate came in contact with its skin at the base of the skull and as close to the hypophysis gland as possible. He then turned his attention once more to the wooden box, upon the top of which, in addition to the 7 binding posts, was a circular instrument consisting of a dial about the periphery of which were a series of hieroglyphics. From the center of this dial projected 7 tubular concentric shafts, each of which supported a needle, which was shaped or painted in some distinguishing manner, while beneath the dial 7 small metal discs were set in the cover of the box, so that they lay in the arc of a circle, from the center of which a revolving metal shaft was so arranged that its free end might be moved to any one of the 7 metal discs at the will of the operator. The connections having all been made, Zoanthroago moved the free end of the shaft from one of the metal discs to another, keeping his eyes at all times intently upon the dial, the 7 needles of which moved variously as he shifted the shaft from point to point. Elko Moelago was an intent, if somewhat bewildered, observer, and the slave, Zoanthrol, unobserved, had moved nearer the table that he might better watch this experiment which might mean so much to him. Zoanthroago continued to manipulate the revolving shaft, and the needles moved hither and thither from one series of hieroglyphics to another, until at last the Walmac appeared satisfied. "It is not always easy," he said, "to attune the instrument to the frequency of the organ upon which we are working. From all matter, and even from such incorporeal a thing as thought, there emanate identical particles, so infinitesimal as to be scarce noted by the most delicate of my instruments. These particles constitute the basic structure of all things, whether animate or inanimate, corporeal or incorporeal. The frequency, quantity, and rhythm of the emanations determine the nature of the substance. Having located upon this dial the coefficient of the gland under discussion, it now becomes necessary, in order to so interfere with its proper functioning that the growth of the creature involved will be not only stopped but actually reversed, that we decrease the frequency, increase the quantity, and compound the rhythm of these emanations. This I shall now proceed to do." And he forthwith manipulated several small buttons upon one side of the box, and grasping the crank handle of the free disc, revolved it rapidly. The result was instantaneous and startling. Before their eyes, Elko Moarago, the king, and Zoanthrol, the slave, saw the rodent shrink rapidly in size, while retaining its proportions unchanged. Tarzan, who had followed every move and every word of the Walmac, leaned far over that he might impress indelibly upon his memory the position of the 7 needles. Elko Moelago glanced up and discovered his interest. "We do not need this fellow now," he said, addressing Zoanthroago. "Have him sent away." "Yes, Thagosoto," replied Zoanthroago, summoning a warrior whom he directed to remove Tarzan and Komodo Florensal to a chamber where they could be secured until their presence was again required. Chapter 15. Through several chambers and corridors they were conducted toward the center of the dome on the same level as the chamber in which they had left the king and the Walmac, until finally they were thrust into a small chamber, and a heavy door slammed and barred behind them. There was no candle in the chamber. A faint light, however, relieved the darkness so that the interior of the room was discernible. The chamber contained 2 benches and a table. That was all. The light which faintly illuminated it entered through a narrow embrasure which was heavily barred, but it was evidently daylight. "We are alone," whispered Commodo Florenzal, "and at last we can converse, but we must be cautious," he added. "Trust not too far the loyalty of even the stones of your chamber," he quoted. "Where are we?" asked Tarzan. "You are more familiar with Menunian dwellings than I." "We are upon the highest level of the royal dome of El Comoalago," replied the prince. "With no such informality does a king visit the other domes of his city. You may rest assured that this is El Comoalago's. We are in one of the innermost chambers, next the central shaft that pierces the dome from its lowest level to its roof. For this reason we do not need a candle to support life. We will obtain sufficient air through this embrasure. And now tell me what happened within the room with El Comoalago and Zoanthroago." "I discovered how they reduced my stature," replied Tarzan, "and furthermore, that at almost any time I may regain my full size, an occurrence that may eventuate from 3 to 39 moons after the date of my reduction. Even Zoanthroago cannot determine when this thing will happen." "Let us hope that it does not occur while you are in this small chamber," exclaimed Commodo Florenzal. "I would have a devil of a time getting out," agreed Tarzan. "You would never get out," his friend assured him. "While you might, before your reduction, have crawled through some of the larger corridors upon the first level, or even upon many of the lower levels, you could not squeeze into the smallest corridors of the upper levels, which are reduced in size as the necessity for direct supports for the roof increase as we approach the apex of the dome." "Then it behooves me to get out of here as quickly as possible," said Tarzan. Commodo Florenzal shook his head. "Hope is a beautiful thing, my friend," he said, "but if you were a Menunian you would know that under such circumstances as we find ourselves, it is a waste of mental energy. Look at these bars." And he walked to the window and shook the heavy irons that spanned the embrasure. "Think you that you could negotiate these?" "I haven't examined them," replied the ape-man, "but I shall never give up hope of escaping. That your people do is doubtless the principal reason that they remain forever in bondage. You are too much a fatalist, Commodo Florenzal." As he spoke, Tarzan crossed the room and, standing at the prince's side, took hold of the bars at the window. "They do not seem over-heavy," he remarked, and at the same time exerted pressure upon them. "They bend." Tarzan was interested now, and Commodo Florenzal as well. The ape-man threw all his strength and weight into the succeeding effort, with the result that 2 bars, bent almost double, were torn from their setting. Commodo Florenzal gazed at him in astonishment. "Zoanthroago reduced your size, but left you with your former physical prowess," he cried. "In no other way can it be accounted for," replied Tarzan, who now, one by one, was removing the remaining bars from the window embrasure. He straightened one of the shorter ones and handed it to Commodo Florenzal. "This will make a good weapon," he said, "if we are forced to fight for our liberty." And then he straightened another for himself. The Trohana Dalmalcusian gazed at him in wonder. "And you intend," he demanded, "to defy a city of 480,000 people, armed only with a bit of iron rod?" "And my wits," added Tarzan. "You will need them," said the prince. "And I shall use them," Tarzan assured him. "When shall you start?" asked Commodo Florenzal chaffingly. "Tonight, tomorrow, next moon, who knows?" replied the ape-man. "Conditions must be ripe. All the time I shall be watching and planning. In that sense I started to escape the instant I regained consciousness and knew that I was a prisoner." Komodo Florensal shook his head. "You have no faith in me," demanded Tarzan. "That is precisely what I have. Faith," replied Komodo Florensal. "My judgment tells me that you cannot succeed, and yet I shall cast my lot with you, hoping for success, yes, believing in success. If that is not faith, I do not know what it might be called." The ape-man smiled. He seldom, if ever, laughed aloud. "Let us commence," he said. "First we will arrange these rods so that they will have the appearance, from the doorway, of not having been disturbed, for I take it we shall have an occasional visitor. Someone will bring us food at least, and whoever comes must suspect nothing." Together they arranged the rods so that they might be quickly removed and as quickly replaced. By that time it was getting quite dark within the chamber. Shortly after they had finished with the rods, their door opened, and two warriors, lighting their way with candles, appeared escorting a slave who bore food in bucket-like receptacles and water in bottles made of glazed pottery. As they were going away again, after depositing the food and drink just inside the doorway, taking their candles with them, Komodo Florensal addressed them. "We are without candles, warrior," he said to the nearer. "Will you not leave us one of yours?" "You will need no candle in this chamber," replied the man. "One night in darkness will do you good, and tomorrow you return to the quarry. Zoanthroago is done with you. In the quarry you will have plenty of candles." And he passed out of the chamber, closing the door behind him. The two slaves heard the heavy bolt shot into place upon the opposite side of the door. It was very dark now. With difficulty they found the receptacles containing the food and water. "Well," inquired Komodo Florensal, dipping into one of the food jars, "do you think it is going to be so easy now, when tomorrow you will be back in the quarry, perhaps 500 huels below ground?" "But I shall not be," replied Tarzan, "and neither shall you." "Why not?" asked the prince. "Because, since they expect to remove us to the quarries tomorrow, it follows that we must escape tonight," explained Tarzan. Komodo Florensal only laughed. When Tarzan had eaten his fill, he arose and walked to the window, where he removed the bars and, taking the one that he had selected for himself, crawled through the passage that led to the opposite end of the embrasure, for even so close to the apex of the dome the wall was quite thick, perhaps 10 huels. The huel, which is about 3 inches in length by our standards, constitutes the Menunian basic unit of measure, corresponding most closely to our foot. At this high level the embrasure was much smaller than those opening at lower levels, practically all of which were of sufficient size to permit a warrior to walk erect within them, but here Tarzan was forced to crawl upon all fours. At the far end he found himself looking out into a black void above which the stars were shining, and about the sides of which were dotted vague reflections of inner lights, marking the lighted chambers within the dome. Above him it was but a short distance to the apex of the dome. Below was a sheer drop of 400 huels. Tarzan, having seen all that could be seen from the mouth of the embrasure, returned to the chamber. "How far is it, Komodo Florensal?" he asked, "from the floor of this embrasure to the roof of the dome?" 12 huels, perhaps," replied the Trohanadar Malcusian. Tarzan took the longest of the bars from the embrasure and measured it as best he could. "Too far," he said. "What is too far?" demanded Komodo Florensal. "The roof," explained Tarzan. "What difference does it make where the roof is? You did not expect to escape by way of the roof of the dome, did you?" "Most certainly, had it been accessible," replied the ape-man. "But now we shall have to go by way of the shaft, which will mean crossing entirely through the dome from the interior shaft to the outer periphery. The other route would have entailed less danger of detection." Komodo Florensal laughed aloud. "You seem to think to escape a Menunian city it is only necessary to walk out and away. It cannot be done. What of the sentries? What of the outer patrols? You would be discovered before you were halfway down the outside of the dome, provided that you could get that far without falling to your death." "Then perhaps the shaft would be safer," said Tarzan. there would be less likelihood of discovery before we reached the bottom, for from what I could see it is as dark as pitch in the shaft." "Clamber down the inside of the shaft?" exclaimed Komodo Florensal. "You are mad. You could not clamber from this level to the next without falling, and it must be a full 400 hewels to the bottom." "Wait," Tarzan admonished him. Komodo Florensal could hear his companion moving around in the dark chamber. He heard the scraping of metal on stone, and presently he heard a pounding, not loud, yet heavy. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Wait," said Tarzan. And Komodo Florensal waited, wondering. It was Tarzan who spoke next. "Could you find the chamber in which Talisker is confined in the quarry?" he asked. "Why?" demanded the prince. "We are going after her," explained Tarzan. "We promised that we would not leave without her." "I can find it," said Komodo Florensal, rather sullenly, Tarzan thought. For some time the ape-man worked on in silence, except for the muffled pounding and the scraping of iron on stone or of iron on iron. "Do you know everyone in Trohana Damalkus?" Tarzan asked suddenly. "Why, no," replied Komodo Florensal. "There are 1,000,000 souls, including all the slaves. I could not know them all." "Did you know by sight all those that dwelt in the royal dome?" continued the ape-man. "No, not even those who lived in the royal dome," replied the Trohana Dalmalcusian, "though doubtless I knew practically all of the nobles, and the warrior class by sight, if not by name." "Did anyone?" asked Tarzan. "I doubt it," was the reply. "Good," exclaimed Tarzan. Again there was a silence, broken again by the Englishman. "Can a warrior go anywhere without question in any dome of his own city?" he inquired. "Anywhere under ordinary circumstances, except into the king's dome in daytime." "One could not go about at night, then?" asked Tarzan. "No," replied his companion. "By day, might a warrior go and come in the quarries as he pleased? If he appeared to be employed, he would not be questioned ordinarily." Tarzan worked a little longer in silence. "Come," he said presently. "We are ready to go." "I shall go with you," said Komodo Florensal, "because I like you and because I think it would be better to be dead than a slave. At least we shall have some pleasure out of what remains to us of life, even though it be not a long life." "I think we shall have some pleasure, my friend," replied Zuanthrol. "We may not escape, but, like you, I should rather die now than remain a slave for life. I have chosen tonight for our first step toward freedom, because I realize that once returned to the quarry, our chances for a successful break for liberty will be reduced to almost nothing, and tonight is our only night above ground." "How do you propose that we escape from this chamber?" "By way of the central shaft," replied Tarzan. "But first tell me, may a white-tunicked slave enter the quarries freely by day?" Komodo Florensal wondered what bearing all these seemingly immaterial questions had upon the problem of their escape, but he answered patiently. "No, white tunics are never seen in the quarries." "Have you the iron bar I straightened for you?" "Yes." "Then follow me through the embrasure. Bring the other rods that I shall leave in the opening. I will carry the bulk of them. Come." Komodo Florensal heard Tarzan crawling into the embrasure, the iron rods that he carried breaking the silence of the little chamber. Then he followed. In the mouth of the embrasure he found the rods that Tarzan had left for him to carry. There were 4 rods, the ends of each bent into hooks. It had been upon this work that Tarzan had been engaged in the darkness. Komodo Florensal wondered to what purpose. Presently his further advance was halted by Tarzan's body. "Just a moment," said the ape-man. "I am making a hole in the window ledge. When that is done, we shall be ready." A moment later he turned his head back toward his companion. "Pass along the rods," he said. After Komodo Florensal had handed the hooked rods to Tarzan, he heard the latter working with them very quietly for several minutes, and then he heard him moving his body about in the narrow confines of the embrasure and presently, when the ape-man spoke again, the Trohanna Dalmalcusian realized that he had turned around and that his head was close to that of his companion. "I shall go first, Commodore Florenzal," he said. "Come to the edge of the embrasure, and when you hear me whistle once, follow me." "Where?" asked the prince. "Down the shaft to the first embrasure that will give us foothold, and let us pray that there is one directly below this, within the next 18 hewels. I have hooked the rods together, the upper end hooked into the hole I made in the ledge, the lower end dangling down a distance of 18 hewels." "Goodbye, my friend," said Commodore Florenzal. Tarzan smiled and slipped over the edge of the embrasure. In one hand he carried the rod that he had retained as a weapon, with the other he clung to the window ledge. Below him for 18 hewels dangled the slender ladder of iron hooks, and below this 400 hewels of pitchy darkness hid the stone flagging of the inner courtyard. Perhaps it roofed the great central throne room of the king, as was true in the royal dome of Adendrahakis. Perhaps it was but an open court. The truth was immaterial if the frail support slipped from the shallow hole in the ledge above, or if one of the hooks straightened under the weight of the ape-man. Now he grasped the upper section of his ladder with the hand that held his improvised weapon, removed the hand from the ledge, and grasped the rod again, still lower down. In this way he lowered his body a few inches at a time. He moved very slowly for 2 reasons, the more important of which was that he feared that any sudden strains upon his series of hooks might straighten one of them and precipitate him into the abyss below. The other was the necessity for silence. It was very dark, even this close to the summit of the dome, but that was rather an advantage than otherwise, for it hid his presence from any chance observer who might glance through one of the embrasures in the opposite wall of the shaft. As he descended, he felt in both directions for an embrasure, but he was almost at the end of his ladder before he felt himself swing slightly into one. When he had lowered himself still farther, and could look into the opening, he saw that it was dark, an indication that it did not lead into an inhabited chamber, a fact for which he was thankful. He hoped, too, that the inner end of the embrasure was not barred, nor the door beyond bolted upon the outside. He whistled once, very low, for Commodore Florenzal, and an instant later he felt the movement of the iron ladder that told him his companion had commenced to descend. The embrasure in which he stood was higher than the one they had just quitted, permitting him to stand erect. There he waited for the Trohanna Dalmalcusian, who was soon standing upon the ledge beside him. "Phew!" exclaimed the prince in a whisper. "I should hate to have had to do that in the daytime when I could have seen all the way to the bottom. What next? We have come farther already than ever I dreamed would be possible. Now I am commencing to believe that escape may lie within the realm of possibilities." "We haven't started yet," Tarzan assured him, "but we are going to now. Come." Grasping their rude weapons, the two walked stealthily the length of the embrasure. There were no bars to impede their progress, and they stepped to the floor of the chamber beyond. Very carefully, feeling each step before he planted a foot, and with his weapon extended before him, Tarzan groped his way about the chamber, which he found was fairly well filled with casks and bottles, the latter in wooden and wicker cases. Commodore Florenzal was directly behind him. "We are in one of the rooms where the nobles charged with enforcing the laws against wine have hidden confiscated liquor," whispered the Trohanna Dalmalcusian. "I have heard much talk concerning the matter since I was made prisoner. The warriors and the slaves, too, seem to talk of nothing else but this and the high taxes. The chances are that the door is heavily barred. They guard these forbidden beverages as never they guarded their gold or jewels." "I have found the passageway leading to the door," whispered Tarzan, "and I can see a light beneath it." They crept stealthily the length of the passage. Each grasped his weapon more firmly as Tarzan gently tried the latch. It gave. Slowly the ape-man pushed the door ajar. Through the tiny aperture thus opened he could see a portion of the room. Its floor was strewn with gorgeous carpets, thick and soft. That portion of the wall that was revealed to him was hung with heavy fabrics, woven in many colours and strange patterns. Splendid, barbaric. Directly in line of his vision, the body of a man lay sprawled face down upon the floor. A pool of red stained a white rug beneath his head. Tarzan opened the door a little further, revealing the bodies of 3 other men. 2 lay upon the floor, the third upon a low divan. The scene, gorgeous in its colouring, tragic in its suggestion of mystery and violent death, held the eyes of the ape-man yet a moment longer before he opened the door still wider and leapt quickly to the centre of the room, his weapon raised and ready, giving no possible skulking foe behind the door the opportunity to fell him that would have offered had he edged into the room slowly. A quick glance about the apartment showed the bodies of 6 men that had not been visible from the partially opened door. These were lying in a pile in one corner of the room. Chapter 16. Komodo Florensal stood at Tarzan's side, his weapon ready to take issue with any who might question their presence here. But presently the end of his iron rod dropped to the floor, and a broad smile overspread his features. Tarzan looked at him. "Who are they?" he demanded, "and why have they been killed?" "They are not dead, my friend," replied Komodo Florensal. "They are the nobles whose duty it is to prevent the use of wine. They are not dead. They are drunk." "But the blood beneath the head of this one at my feet?" demanded the ape-man. "It is red wine, not blood," his companion assured him. Then Tarzan smiled. "They could not have chosen a better night for their orgy," he said. "Had they remained sober, the door through which we entered from the storeroom would have been securely fastened, I imagine." "Assuredly, and we would have had a sober guard of warriors to deal with in this chamber, instead of 10 drunken nobles. We are very fortunate, Zuenthrol." He had scarcely ceased speaking when a door in the opposite side of the room swung open, revealing 2 warriors who stepped immediately into the chamber. They eyed the 2 who faced them, and then glanced about the room at the inert forms of its other occupants. "What do you hear, slaves?" demanded one of the newcomers. "Shh, shh, shh," cautioned Tarzan, placing a finger to his lips. "Enter and close the door, lest the others hear." "There is no one near to hear," snapped one of them, but they entered, and he closed the door. "What is the meaning of this?" "That you are our prisoners," cried the ape-man, leaping past them and placing himself before the door, his iron rod in readiness. A sneer twisted the mouth of each of the 2 Veltopis Macusians as they whipped out their rapiers and leapt toward the ape-man, ignoring for the moment the Trohanna Dalmalcusian who, seizing upon the opportunity thus afforded him, threw aside his iron rod and snatched a rapier from the side of one of the drunken nobles. A substitution of weapons that would render Komodo Florensal a dangerous opponent anywhere in Menunai, for there was no better swordsman among all the warlike clans of Trohanna Dalmacus, whose blades were famed throughout Menunai. Facing, with only an iron rod, 2 skilled swordsmen placed Tarzan of the Apes at a disadvantage that might have proved his undoing had it not been for the presence of Komodo Florensal, who, no sooner than he had appropriated a weapon, leapt forward and engaged one of the warriors. The other pressed Tarzan fiercely. "Your prisoner, slave?" he sneered as he lunged for his opponent, but though less skilled perhaps in swordplay than his antagonist, the Lord of the Jungle had not faced Bolgani and Numa for nothing. His movements were as lightning, his strength as great as before Zoenthroago had reduced his stature. At the first onslaught of the warriors, he had leapt to one side to avoid the thrust of a blade, and as much to his own astonishment as to theirs, what he had intended but for a nimble sidestep had carried him the length of the room, and then the man had been at him again, while the other was having his time well occupied with the Zertolosto of Trohanna Dalmacus. Twice Tarzan parried cuts with his cumbersome bar, and then they thrust but missed him by a hair's breadth, his sidestep coming but in the nick of time. It was a close call, for the man had lunged at his abdomen, a close call for Tarzan, and death for his opponent, for as the point slipped harmlessly by him, the ape-man swung his rod upon the unguarded head of the Veltopis Macusian. With a grunt, the fellow slumped to the floor, his skull crushed to the bridge of his nose. Then Tarzan turned to aid Komodo Florensal, but the son of a Dendrohakis needed no aid. He had his man against the wall and was running him through the heart as Tarzan turned in their direction. As he fell, Komodo Florensal swung toward the center of the room, and as his eye fell upon the ape-man, a smile crossed his face. "With an iron bar you bested a swordsman of Minunai," he cried. "I would not have believed it possible, and so I hastened to dispatch my man that I might come to your rescue before it was too late." Tarzan laughed. "I had the same thought in mind concerning you," he said. "And you could have well held it had I not been able to secure this rapier," Komodo Florensal assured him. "But what now? We have again come much further than it seems possible we can have. Naught will surprise me hereafter." "We are going to trade apparel with these two unfortunate gentlemen," said Tarzan, divesting himself of the green tunic as he spoke. Komodo Florensal chuckled as he followed the example of his companion. "There are other peoples as great as the Minunians," he declared, "though until I met you, my friend, I should never have believed it." A few moments later, the two stood garbed in the habiliments of the Veltopis Macusian warriors, and Tarzan was slipping his green tunic upon the corpse of him whom he had slain. "But why are you doing that?" asked the prince. "Do likewise with yours, and you will see presently," Tarzan replied. Komodo Florensal did as the other bid him, and when the change had been completed, the ape-man threw one of the corpses across his shoulder and carried it into the storeroom, followed closely by Komodo Florensal with the other. Walking through the window embrasure to the edge of the shaft, Tarzan hurled his burden out into space, and reaching back, took Komodo Florensal's from him and pitched it after the first. "If they do not examine them too closely," he said, "the ruse may serve to convince them that we died attempting to escape." As he spoke, he detached two of the hooks from the ladder down which they had clambered from the window of their dungeon and dropped them after the corpses. "These will lend color to the suggestion," he added, in explanation. Together they returned to the room where the drunken nobles lay, where Komodo Florensal began to rifle the fat money pouches of the unconscious men. "We shall need all of this that we can get if we are to pose as Veltopis Macusian warriors for any length of time," he said. "I know these people by reputation, and that gold will buy many of the things that we may require. The blindness of guards and the complacence of officials, if they do not guess too close to the truth concerning us." "That part of it you must attend to, Komodo Florensal," said Tarzan, "for I am unfamiliar with the ways of your people, but we may not remain here. These gentlemen have served us well, and themselves too, for their faithlessness and debauchery saved their lives, while the two who followed in sobriety the path of duty were destroyed." "Matters are strangely ordered," commented Komodo Florensal. "In Minunai as elsewhere," agreed Tarzan, leading the way to the door of the chamber, which they found opened into a corridor instead of into another chamber, as they had rather expected would be the fact, at a point thus close to the central shaft. In silence they proceeded along the passageway, which, at this hour of the morning, was deserted. They passed lighted chambers where men and women were sleeping peacefully in the glare of many candles. They saw a sentry asleep before the door of a noble's quarters. No one discovered them, and thus they passed down a series of inclined runways and along interminable corridors until they were far from that portion of the royal dome in which they had been incarcerated, and where it would be most natural for the search for them to commence in the event that the bodies they had hurled into the shaft were not immediately discovered, or were identified for what they really were, rather than for what the two fugitives had tried to make them appear. And now a white-tunicked slave was approaching them along the corridor. He passed without paying them any heed, and presently another and another appeared until the two realized that morning was approaching and the corridors would soon be filled with the inhabitants of the dome. "It will be best," said Komodo Florensal, "to find a hiding place until there are more people abroad. We shall be safer in a crowd than among just a few where we shall be the more noticeable." Nearly all the chambers they passed now were occupied by families, while those that were untenanted were without candles and therefore unsafe as hiding places for any length of time. But presently Komodo Florensal touched Tarzan's arm and pointed to a hieroglyphic beside a door they were approaching. "Just the place," he said. "What is it?" asked Tarzan, and as they came opposite the open door, "Why, it is filled with men. When they awake we shall be discovered." "But not recognized," returned the Trohana Dalmalcusian, "or at least the chances are slight that we shall be. This is a common chamber where any man may purchase lodgings overnight. Doubtless there are visitors from other domes, and strangers will not be particularly remarked on this account." He entered the room, followed by Tarzan. A white-tunicked slave approached them. "Candles for two," demanded Komodo Florensal, handing the slave one of the smaller golden coins he had filched from the sleeping nobles. The fellow led them to a far corner of the room where there was plenty of space upon the floor, lit 2 candles, and left them. A moment later they were stretched at full length, their faces toward the wall as a further protection against recognition, and were soon asleep. When Tarzan awoke, he saw that he and Komodo Florensal were the only remaining occupants of the chamber, other than the slave who had admitted them, and he awoke his companion, believing that they should do nothing that might even in a slight degree call more than ordinary attention to them. A bucket of water was brought them, and they performed their ablutions at a gutter which encircled the chamber, passing along the foot of each wall, as was the custom throughout Minunai, the waste water being carried away in pipes to the fields beyond the cities, where it was used for irrigating the crops. As all the water had to be carried into the domes and to the different levels in buckets, the amount used for ablutions was reduced to the minimum, the warrior and noble class getting the bulk of it, while the white-tunicked slaves depended principally upon the rivers, near which the domes are always erected, for their baths. The green slaves fare the worst, and suffer a real hardship through lack of bathing facilities, for the Minunians are a cleanly people, but they manage to alleviate their plight to some extent, where the quarry masters are more likely disposed by the use of stagnant seepage water that accumulates in every quarry at the lower levels and which, not being fit for drinking purposes, may be used by the slaves for bathing when they are permitted the time to obtain it. Having washed, Tarzan and Komodo Florensal passed out into the corridor, a broad thoroughfare of the domed city, where there were now passing 2 solid lines of humanity, moving in opposite directions, the very numbers of the people proving their greatest safeguard against detection. Candles at frequent intervals diffused a brilliant light and purified the air. Open doorways revealed shops of various descriptions within which men and women were bartering for goods, and now Tarzan had his first real glimpse of Veltopis Macusian life. The shops were all conducted by white-tunicked slaves, but slaves and warriors intermingled as customers, both sexes of each class being represented. It was Tarzan's first opportunity also to see the women of the warrior class outside their own homes. He had seen the Princess Janzara in the palace quarters, and through the doorways in various portions of the dome he had seen other women of varying stations in life, but these were the first that he had seen abroad at close hand. Their faces were painted deep vermilion, their ears blue, and their apparel so arranged that the left leg and left arm were bare, though if even so much as the right ankle or wrist became uncovered, they hastily readjusted their garments to hide them, giving every evidence of confusion and embarrassment. As the ape-man watched them, he was reminded of fat dowagers he had seen at home, whose evening gowns left them naked to their kidneys, yet who would rather have died than to have exposed a knee. The fronts of the shops were covered with brilliant paintings, usually depicting the goods that were on sale, together with hieroglyphics describing the wares and advertising the name of the proprietor. One of these finally held the attention of the Trohanant Malkusian, and he touched Tarzan's arm and pointed toward it. "A place where food is served," he said. "Let us eat." "Nothing would suit me better. I am famished," Tarzan assured him, and so the two entered the little shop where several customers were already sitting upon the floor with small benches pulled close to them and upon which food was being served in wooden dishes. Komodo Florensal found a space near the rear of the shop, not far from a doorway leading into another chamber, which was also a shop of a different character, not all the places of business being fortunately located upon a corridor, but having their entrances, like this one, through another place of business. Having seated themselves and dragged a bench before them, they looked about while waiting to be served. It was evidently a poor shop, Komodo Florensal told Tarzan, catering to the slave caste and the poorer warriors, of which there were several sitting at benches in different parts of the room. By their harness and apparel, which was worn and shabby, one might easily guess at their poverty. In the adjoining shop were several more of the same class of unfortunate warriors mending their own clothes with materials purchased from the poor shopkeeper. The meal was served by a slave in a white tunic of very cheap material, who was much surprised when payment for the meal and the service was offered in gold. "It is seldom," he said, "that warriors rich enough to possess gold come to our poor shop. Pieces of iron and bits of lead, with much wooden money, pass into my coffers, but rarely do I see gold. Once I did, and many of my customers were formerly of the richest of the city. Yonder see that tall man with the heavily wrinkled face? Once he was rich, the richest warrior in his dome. Look at him now. And see them in the next room performing menial services, men who once owned slaves so prosperous that they, in turn, hired other slaves to do the meaner duties for them. Victims, all of them, of the tax that Elko Moalago has placed upon industry. To be poor," he continued, "assures one an easier life than being rich, for the poor have no tax to pay, while those who work hard and accumulate property have only their labour for their effort, since the government takes all from them in taxes. Over there is a man who was very rich. He worked hard all his life and accumulated a vast fortune. For several years after Elko Moalago's new tax law was enforced, he struggled to earn enough to ensure that his income would be at least equal to his taxes and the cost of his living. But he found that it was impossible. He had one enemy, a man who had wronged him grievously. This man was very poor, and to him he gave all of what remained of his great fortune and his property. It was a terrible revenge. From being a contented man, this victim of another's spleen is now a haggard wreck, labouring unceasingly 18 hours each day in a futile attempt to ensure himself an income that would defray his taxes." Having finished their meal, the two fugitives returned to the corridor and continued their way downward through the dome toward the first level, keeping always to the more crowded corridors where detection seemed least likely. Now, mounted men were more frequently encountered, and so rapidly and recklessly did the warriors ride along the narrow corridors that it was with difficulty that the pedestrians avoided being ridden down and trampled, and it seemed to Tarzan but little less than a miracle that any of them arrived at their destinations uninjured. Having at last come to the lowest level, they were engaged in searching for one of the 4 corridors that would lead them from the dome, when their way was completely blocked by a great throng that had congregated at the intersection of 2 corridors. Those in the rear were stretching their necks to observe what was going on in the center of the gathering. Everyone was asking questions of his neighbor, but as yet no one upon the outskirts of the mob appeared to know what had occurred, until at last fragments of rumors filtered back to the farthermost. Tarzan and Komodo Florensal dared ask no questions, but they kept their ears open, and presently they were rewarded by overhearing repeated what seemed to be an authoritative account of what had transpired to cause this congestion. In answer to a question put by one of the throng, a fellow who was elbowing his way out from the center of the jam explained that those in front had halted to view the remains of 2 slaves who had been killed while trying to escape. They were locked in one of Zoanthrago's slave cells at the very highest level, he told his questioner, and they tried to escape by climbing down an improvised ladder into the central shaft. Their ladder broke, and they were precipitated to the roof of the throne room, where their bodies, terribly mangled, were but just found. They are being carried out to the beasts now. One of them was a great loss to Zoanthroago, as it was the slave Zuanthrol, upon whom he was experimenting." "Ah," exclaimed the listener, "I saw them but yesterday." "You would not know them today," vouchsafed the informer. "So terribly are their faces disfigured." When the press of humanity had been relieved, Tarzan and Komodo Florensal continued their way, finding that the slaves' corridor lay just before them, and that it was down this avenue that the bodies of their victims of the previous night were being carried. "What," asked the ape-man, "did he mean by saying that they were being carried to the beasts?" "It is the way in which we dispose of the bodies of slaves," replied the Trohana Dalmalcusian. "They are carried to the edge of the jungle, where they are devoured by wild beasts. There are old and toothless lions near Trohana Dalmalcus that subsist entirely upon slave meat. They are our scavengers, and so accustomed are they to being fed that they often come to meet the parties who bring out the corpses, pacing beside them, roaring and growling, until the spot is reached where the bodies are to be deposited." "You dispose of all your dead in this manner?" "Only the slave dead. The bodies of warriors and nobles are burned." "In a short time, then," continued Tarzan, "there will be no danger of there ever being a correct identification of those two." He jerked his thumb along the corridor ahead, where the bodies of the two dead warriors were being bounced and jolted along upon the backs of diadettes. Chapter 17. "Where now?" demanded Komodo Florensal, as the two emerged from the mouth of the slaves' corridor and stood for a moment in the brilliant sunlight without. "Lead the way to the quarry where we were confined, and to the chamber in which we slept." "You must be weary of your brief liberty," remarked the Trohana Dalmalcusian. "We are returning for Talaska, as I promised," Tarzan reminded him. "I know," said the Zertolosto, "and I commend your loyalty and valor while deprecating your judgment. It will be impossible to rescue Talaska. Were it otherwise, I should be the first to her assistance. But I know, and she knows that, for her, escape is beyond hope. We will but succeed in throwing ourselves again into the hands of our masters." "Let us hope not," said Tarzan. "But if you feel, as you say, that our effort is foredoomed to failure, and that we shall be recaptured, do not accompany me. My only real need of you is to guide me to the apartment where Talisker is confined. If you can direct me to it, that is all I ask." "Think you I was attempting to evade the danger?" demanded Komodo Florensal. "No. Where you go, I will go. If you are captured, I shall be captured. We shall fail, but let us not separate. I am ready to go wherever you go." "Good," commented Tarzan. "Now lead the way to the quarry and use your knowledge of things Minunian and your best wits to gain us entrance without too much talking." They passed unchallenged along the shaded walks between the domes of Veltopis Macus and past the great parade where gorgeously caparisoned warriors were executing intricate evolutions with the nicest precision, and out beyond the domes along well-worn trails filled with toiling slaves and their haughty guards. Here they fell in beside the long column moving in the direction of the quarry in which they had been imprisoned, taking their places in the column of flanking guards, and thus they came to the entrance to the quarry. Perfunctorily the numbers of the slaves were taken as they passed in, and entered in a great book. But to Tarzan's relief he noted that no attention was paid to the guards, who moved along beside their charges and down into the interior without being checked or even counted, and with them went Komodo Florensau, Prince Royal of Trohanna-Dalmacus, and Tarzan of the Apes. Once inside the quarry and past the guardroom, the two fell gradually to the rear of the column, so that when it turned into a level above that which they wished to reach, they were enabled to detach themselves from it without being noticed. To leave one column was but to join another, for there was no break in them, and often there were several moving abreast. But when they reached the 35th level and entered the tunnel leading to the chamber in which Talisker was confined, they found themselves alone, since there is little or no activity in these corridors leading to slave quarters, except early in the morning when the men are led forth to their labours, and again at night when they are brought back. Before the door of the chamber they found a single warrior on guard. He was squatting on the floor of the tunnel, leaning against the wall, but at their approach he rose and challenged them. Komodo Florensau, who was in the lead, approached him and halted. "We have come for the slave girl Talisker," he said. Tarzan, who was just behind Komodo Florensau, saw a sudden light leap to the eyes of the warrior. Was it recognition? "Who sent you?" demanded the warrior. "Her master, Zoenthroago," replied the Trohanna-Dalmalcusian. The expression upon the face of the warrior changed to one of cunning. "Go in and fetch her," he said, and unbolted the door, swinging it open. Komodo Florensau dropped upon his hands and knees and crawled through the low aperture, but Tarzan stood where he was. "Go in," said the guard to him. "I will remain where I am," replied the ape-man. "It will not require two of us to find a single slave girl and fetch her to the corridor." For an instant the warrior hesitated. Then he closed the door hurriedly and shot the heavy bolts. When he turned toward Tarzan again, who was now alone with him in the corridor, he turned with a naked sword in his hands, but he found Zoenthroal facing him with drawn rapier. "Surrender!" cried the warrior. "I recognized you both instantly." "I thought as much," said Zoenthroal. "You are clever, with the exception of your eyes. They are fools, for they betray you." "But my sword is no fool," snapped the fellow, as he thrust viciously at the ape-man's breast. Lieutenant Paul Darnaud of the French Navy had been recognized as one of the cleverest swordsmen in the service, and to his friend Greystoke he had imparted a great measure of his skill during the many hours that the two had whiled away with the foils, and today Tarzan of the Apes breathed a prayer of gratitude to the far-distant friend whose careful training was, after many long years, to serve the ape-man in such good stead, for he soon realized that, though his antagonist was a master at the art of fence, he was not wholly outclassed, and to his skill was added his great strength and his agility. They had fought for but a minute or two when the Veltopis Macusian realized that he was facing no mean antagonist, and that he was laboring at a disadvantage in being unable to fall back when Tarzan rushed him, while his foemen had at his back the whole length of the tunnel. He tried then to force Tarzan back, but in this he failed, receiving a thrust in the shoulder for his pains, and then he commenced to call for help, and the ape-man realized that he must silence him, and that quickly. Awaiting the opportunity that was presently afforded by a feint that evolved a wild lunge, Tarzan stepped quickly in and passed his sword through the heart of the Veltopis Macusian, and as he withdrew his blade from the body of his antagonist, he released the bolts that held the door and swung it open. Beyond it, white of face, crouched Komodo Florensau, but as his eyes fell upon Tarzan and the body of the guard behind him, a smile curved his lips, and an instant later he was in the corridor beside his friend. "How did it happen?" he demanded. "He recognized us, but what of Talisker? Is she not coming?" "She is not here. Cal Fosterban took her away. He has purchased her from Zoenthroago." Tarzan wheeled. "Rebolt the door and let us get out of here," he said. Komodo Florensau closed and fastened the door. "Where now?" he asked. "To find Cofaustaban's quarters," replied the ape-man. Komodo Florenzal shrugged his shoulders and followed on behind his friend. They retraced their steps toward the surface without incident until they were opposite the 16th level, when a face was suddenly turned toward them from a column of slaves crossing the runway from one lateral to another. Just for an instant did the eyes of the slave meet those of Tarzan, and then the fellow had passed into the mouth of the lateral and disappeared. "We must hurry," whispered Tarzan to his companion. "Why now than before?" demanded Komodo Florenzal. "Did you not see the fellow who just passed us and turned to look a second time at me?" "No. Who was it?" "Garaftab," replied Tarzan. "Did he recognize you?" "As to that I cannot say, but he evidently found something familiar in my appearance. Let us hope that he did not place me, though I fear that he did." "Then we must lose no time in getting out of here, and out of Veltopismachus as well." They hurried on. "Where are Cofaustaban's quarters?" asked Tarzan. "I do not know. In Trohanadalmachus, warriors are detailed to the quarries for but short periods, and do not transfer their quarters or their slaves during the time that they are there. I do not know the custom here. Cofaustaban may have finished his tour of duty in the quarries. On the other hand, it may be for a long period that they are detailed for that service, and his quarters may lie on the upper level of the quarry. We shall have to inquire." Soon after this, Tarzan stepped up to a warrior moving in the same direction as he and Komodo Florenzal. "Where can I find Cofaustaban Vental?" he asked. "They will tell you in the guard-room, if it is of any of your affair," he replied, shooting a quick glance at the two. "I do not know." After they had passed the fellow, and at the first turn that hid them from him, they increased their speed, for both were becoming suspicious of every least untoward incident, and their one wish now was to escape the quarry in safety. Nearing the entrance, they attached themselves to a column of slaves toiling upward with their heavy burden of rocks for the new dome, and with them they came to the guard-room where the slaves were checked out. The officer and the clerks laboured in a mechanical manner, and it appeared that it was to be as easy to leave the quarry as it had been to enter it, when the officer suddenly drew his brow together and commenced to count. "How many slaves in this crew?" he asked. 100, replied one of the warriors accompanying them. "Then why 4 guards?" he demanded. "There are but 2 of us," rejoined the warrior. "We are not with them," Komodo Florenzal spoke up quickly. "What do you do here?" demanded the officer. "If we can see you alone, we can explain that quickly," replied the Trohanadalmachusian. The officer waved the crew of slaves upon their way and beckoned to Komodo Florenzal and Tarzan to follow him into an adjoining chamber, where they found a small anteroom in which the commander of the guard slept. "Now," he said, "let me see your passes." "We have none," replied Komodo Florenzal. "No passes? That will be difficult to explain, will it not?" "Not to one of your discrimination," replied the prince, accidentally jingling the golden coins in his pouch. "We are in search of Cofaustaban. We understand that he owns a slave we wish to purchase, and not being able to obtain a pass to the quarry in the short time at our disposal, we venture to come upon so simple an errand without one. Could you direct us to Cofaustaban?" Again he jingled the coins. "I shall be delighted," replied the officer. "His quarters are upon the 5th level of the royal dome upon the central corridor, and about midway between the king's corridor and the warrior's corridor. As he was relieved from duty in the quarry this very morning, I have no doubt but that you will find him there." "We thank you," said Komodo Florenzal, leaning far back in the Manunian bow. "And now," he added, as though it was an afterthought, "if you will accept it, we shall be filled with gratitude if you will permit us to leave this slight token of our appreciation." And he drew a large gold coin from the pouch and proffered it to the officer. "Rather than seem ungrateful," replied the officer, "I must accept your gracious gift, with which I may alleviate the sufferings of the poor. May the shadow of disaster never fall upon you." The three then bowed, and Tarzan and Komodo Florensal quitted the guard-room, and a moment later were in the free, fresh air of the surface. "Even Imanunai," breathed Tarzan. "What was that?" asked his friend. "I was just thinking of my simple, honest jungle and God's creatures that men call beasts." "What should they call them?" demanded Komodo Florensal. "If judged by the standards that men themselves make and fail to observe, they should be called demigods," replied the ape-man. "I believe I get your point," laughed the other. "But think, had a lion guarded the entrance to this quarry, no gold piece would have let us pass. The frailties of man are not without their virtues. Because of them, right has just triumphed over wrong, and bribery has worn the vestments of virtue." Returning to the royal dome, they passed around the east side of the structure to the north front, where lies the slaves' corridor in every dome. In quitting the dome they had come from, the warriors' corridor on the west, and they felt that it would be but increasing the chances of detection were they to pass too often along the same route where someone, half recognizing them in one instant, might do so fully after a second or third inspection. To reach the fifth level required but a few minutes after they had gained entrance to the dome. With every appearance of boldness, they made their way toward the point in the central corridor at which the officer of the guard had told them they would find Cofalsteban's quarters, and perhaps Cofalsteban himself. But they were constantly on the alert, for both recognized that the greatest danger of detection lay through the chance that Cofalsteban might recall their features, as he of all Veltopis Macusians would be most apt to do so, since he had seen the most of them, or at least the most of Tarzan since he had donned the slave's green. They had reached a point about midway between the slaves' corridor and the warriors' corridor when Komodo Florensal halted a young female slave and asked her where the quarters of Calfasteban were located. "It is necessary to pass through the quarters of Hamaldaban to reach those of Calfasteban," replied the girl. "Go to the third entrance," and she pointed along the corridor in the direction they had been going. After they had left her, Tarzan asked Komodo Florensal if he thought there would be any difficulty in gaining entrance to Cofalsteban's quarters. "No," he replied. "The trouble will arise in knowing what to do after we get there." "We know what we have come for," replied the ape-man. "It is only necessary to carry out our design, removing all obstacles as they intervene." "Quite simple," laughed the prince. Tarzan was forced to smile. "To be candid," he admitted, "I haven't the remotest idea what we are going to do after we get in there, or after we get out either, if we are successful in finding Taliska and bringing her away with us. But that is not strange, since I know nothing, or practically nothing, of what conditions I may expect to confront me from moment to moment in this strange city of a strange world. All that we can do is to do our best. We have come thus far much more easily than I expected. Perhaps we will go the whole distance with no greater friction, or we may stop within the next dozen steps, forever." Pausing before the third entrance, they glanced in, discovering several women squatting upon the floor. 2 of them were of the warrior class, the other slaves of the white tunic. Komodo Florensal entered boldly. "These are the quarters of Hamaldaban?" he asked. "They are," replied one of the women. "And Calfasteban's are beyond?" "Yes." "And beyond Calfasteban's?" inquired the Trohana Dalmacusian. "A long gallery leads to the outer corridor. Upon this gallery open many chambers where live hundreds of people. I do not know them all. Whom do you seek?" "Elastica," replied Komodo Florensal quickly, choosing the first name that presented itself to his memory. "I do not recall the name," said the woman, knitting her brows in thought. "But I shall find him now, thanks to you," said Komodo Florensal, "for my directions were to pass through the quarters of Hamaldaban and Calfasteban, when I should come upon a gallery into which opened the quarters of Pelastikar. But perhaps if Calfasteban is in, he will be able to direct me more exactly." "Calfastaban has gone out with Hamaldaban," replied the woman, "but I expect them back momentarily. If you will wait, they will soon be here." "Thank you," said Commodore Florensal hastily, "but I am sure that we shall have no trouble finding the quarters of Palastikar. May your candles burn long and brilliantly." And without waiting on further ceremony, he crossed the room and entered the quarters of Calfastaban, into which Tarzan of the Apes followed at his heels. "I think, my friend," said the prince, "that we shall have to work rapidly." Tarzan glanced quickly around the first chamber that they entered. It was vacant. Several doors opened from it. They were all closed either with wooden doors or with hangings. The ape-man stepped quickly to the nearer and tried the latch. It gave, and he pushed the door ajar. All was darkness within. "Bring a candle, Commodore Florensal," he said. The prince brought two from their niches in the wall. "A storeroom," he said, as the rays of the candles illuminated the interior of the room. "Food and candles and raiment. Calfastaban is no pauper, but the tax collector has not ruined him yet." Tarzan, standing in the doorway of the storeroom just behind Commodore Florensal, turned suddenly and looked out across the other chamber. He had heard voices in the quarters of Hamaldaban beyond, men's voices. One of them he recognized an instant later. It was the voice of Calfastaban Vental. "Come," roared the bull voice of the Vental. "Come to my quarters, Hamaldaban, and I will show you this new slave of mine." Tarzan pushed Commodore Florensal into the storeroom, and following him, closed the door. "Did you hear?" he whispered. Yes, it was Calfastaban. The storeroom door was ornamented with a small open grille, covered with a hanging of some heavy stuff upon the inside. By drawing the hanging aside, the two could obtain a view of most of the interior of the outer chamber, and they could hear all that was said by the two men who now entered from Hamaldaban's quarters. "I tell you, she is the greatest bargain I have ever seen," cried Calfastaban. "But wait, I'll fetch her." And he stepped to another door, which he unlocked with a key. "Come out," he roared, flinging the door wide. With the haughty bearing of a queen, a girl stepped slowly into the larger room. No cowering civility of the slave here. Her chin was high, her gaze level. She glanced almost with contempt upon the Vental, and she was beautiful. It was Talisker. Commodore Florensal realized that he had never before appreciated how really beautiful was the little slave girl who had cooked for him. Calfastaban had given her a white tunic of good quality, which set off the olive of her skin and the rich blackness of her hair to better effect than had the cheap green thing that he had always seen her in. "She belonged to Zoanthroago," Calfastaban explained to his friend, "but I doubt that he ever saw her, else he never would have parted with her for the paltry sum I paid." "You will take her for your own woman and raise her to our class?" asked Hamaldaban. "No," replied Calfastaban, "for then she would no longer be a slave, and I could not sell her. Women are too expensive. I shall keep her for a time and then sell her while her value is still high. I should make a pretty profit from her." Tarzan's fingers closed tightly, as though upon the throat of an enemy, and the right hand of Commodore Florensal crept to the hilt of his rapier. A woman came from the quarters of Hamaldaban and stood in the doorway. "Two of the guards from the quarry are here with a green slave inquiring for Calfastaban," she said. "Send them in," directed the Vental. A moment later the three entered. The slave was Karaftap. "Ah," exclaimed Calfastaban, "my good slave Karaftap, the best in the quarry. Why is he brought here?" "He says he has information of great value," replied one of the guard, "but he will divulge it to none but you. He has staked his life against the worth of his information, and the Novand of the guard ordered him brought hither." "What information have you?" demanded Calfastaban. "It is of great moment," cried Karaftap. "Noble Zoanthroago and even the king will be grateful for it, but were I to give it, and have to return to the quarries, the other slaves would kill me. You were always good to me, Calfastaban Vental, and so I asked to be brought to you, for I know that if you promise that I shall be rewarded with the white tunic, if my service is considered worthy of it, I shall be safe." "You know that I cannot do that," replied Calfastaban, "but the king can, and if you intercede with him, he will not refuse." "I can promise to intercede with the king on your behalf if the information you bring is of value, but that is all I can do." "That is enough, if you promise," said Karaftap. "Very well, I promise. What do you know that the king would like to know?" "News travels fast in Veltopismachus," said Karaftap, "and so it was that we in the quarry heard of the death of the two slaves, Eopanato and Zuanthrol, within a short time after their bodies were discovered. As both had been slaves of Zoanthroago, we were all confined together in one chamber, and thus I knew them both well. Imagine then my surprise when, while crossing one of the main spirals with a crew of other slaves, I beheld both Zuanthrol and Eopanato in the habiliments of warriors, ascending toward the surface." "What is the appearance of these two?" suddenly demanded one of the warriors who had accompanied Karaftap from the quarry. The slave described them as fully as he could. "The same," cried the warrior. "These very two stopped me upon the spiral and inquired the whereabouts of Calfastaban." A crowd of women and men had gathered in the doorway of Calfastaban's chamber, having been attracted by the presence of a green slave accompanied by members of the quarry guard. One of them was a young slave girl. "I too was questioned by these very men," she exclaimed, "only a short time since, and they asked me the same question." One of Hamaldaban's women voiced a little scream. "They passed through our quarters but a moment since," she cried, "and entered Calfastaban's, but they asked not where lay the quarters of Calfastaban. The name they mentioned was unknown to me. A strange name." "Pelastikar," one of her companions reminded her. "Yes, Pelastikar, and they said he had his quarters upon the gallery leading from Calfastaban's to the outer corridor." "There is no one of such a name in the royal dome," said Calfastaban. "It was but a ruse to enter my quarters." "Or to pass through them," suggested one of the quarry guard. "We must hurry after them," said the other. "Keep Karaftap here until we return, Calfastaban," said the first guard, "and also search your own quarters and those adjoining carefully. Come." And motioning to the other guard, he crossed the chamber and departed along the gallery that led to the outer corridor, followed not alone by his fellow, but by Hamaldaban and all the other men who had congregated in the chamber, leaving Calfastaban and Karaftap with the women in the Vental's quarters. Chapter 18. Calfastaban turned immediately to a search of the various chambers of his quarters, but Karaftap laid a restraining hand upon his arm. "Wait, Vental," he begged. "If they be here, would it not be best to ensure their capture by fastening the doors leading from your quarters?" "A good thought, Karaftap," replied Calfastaban, "and then we may take our time searching for them. Out of here, all you women," he cried, waving the females back into Hamaldaban's quarters. A moment later the two doors leading from the chamber to Hamaldaban's quarters and the gallery were closed and locked. "And now, master," suggested Karaftap, "as there be two of them, would it not be well to supply me with a weapon?" Calfastaban smote his chest. "A dozen such could Calfastaban overcome alone," he cried. "But for your own protection, get you a sword from yonder room, while I lock this proud she-cat in her cell again." As Calfastaban followed Talisker to the room in which she had been confined, Karaftap crossed to the door of the storeroom, where the Vental had told him he would find a weapon. The Vental reached the door of the room just behind the girl, and reaching out, caught her by the arm. "Not so fast, my pretty," he cried. "A kiss before you leave me, but fret not. The moment we are sure that those villainous slaves are not within these rooms, I shall join you, so do not pine for your Colfasterban." Talisker wheeled and struck the Vental in the face. "Lay not your filthy hands upon me, beast," she cried, and struggled to free herself from his grasp. "So ho, a cat indeed!" exclaimed the man, but he did not release her, and so they struggled until they disappeared from sight within the cell, and at the same moment Caraftap, the slave, laid his hand upon the latch of the storeroom door, and opening it, stepped within. As he did so, steel fingers reached forth out of the darkness and closed upon his throat. He would have screamed in terror, but no sound could he force through his tight-closed throat. He struggled and struck at the thing that held him, a thing so powerful that he knew it could not be human, and then a low voice, cold and terrifying, whispered in his ear. "Die, Caraftap," it said. "Meet the fate that you deserve, and that you well knew you deserved, when you said that you dared not return to the quarters of the slaves of Xoanthroago after betraying 2 of your number. Die, Caraftap, and know before you die that he whom you would have betrayed is your slayer. You searched for Xoanthrol, and you have found him." With the last word, the terrible fingers closed upon the man's neck. Spasmodically the slave struggled, fighting for air. Then the 2 hands that gripped him turned slowly in opposite directions, and the head of the traitor was twisted from his body. Throwing the corpse aside, Tarzan sprang into the main chamber of the Vental's quarters and ran quickly toward the door of Taliscar's cell, Komodo Florensal but half a pace behind him. The door of the little room had been pushed to by the struggles of the couple within, and as Tarzan pushed it open, he saw the girl in the clutches of the huge Vental, who, evidently maddened by her resistance, had lost his temper completely, and was attempting to rain blows upon her face, which she sought to ward off, clutching at his arms and hands. A heavy hand fell upon the shoulder of the Vental. "You seek us?" a low voice whispered in his ear. "Here we are." Colfasterban released the girl and swung around, at the same time reaching for his sword. Facing him were the 2 slaves, and both were armed, though only Aioponato had drawn his weapon. Xoanthrol, who held him, had not yet drawn. "A dozen such could Colfasterban overcome alone," quoted Tarzan. "Here we are, braggart, and we are only 2. But we cannot wait while you show us how mighty you be. We are sorry. Had you not molested this girl, I should merely have locked you in your quarters, from which you would soon have been released. But your brutality deserves but one punishment: death." "Caraftap!" screamed Colfasterban. No longer was he a blusterer, deep-toned and swaggering. His voice was shrill with terror, and he shook in the hands of the ape-man. "Caraftap, help!" he cried. "Caraftap is dead," said Tarzan. "He died because he betrayed his fellows. You shall die because you were brutal to a defenseless slave girl. Run him through, Komodo Florensal. We have no time to waste here." As the Trohana Dalmalcusian withdrew his sword from the heart of the Colfasterban Vental, and the corpse slid to the floor of the cell, Talisker ran forward and fell at the feet of the ape-man. "Xoanthrol, Aioponato," she cried, "never did I think to see you again. What has happened? Why are you free? You have saved me, but now you will be lost. Fly! I know not where to you may fly, but go from here. Do not let them find you here. I cannot understand why you are here anyway." "We are trying to escape," explained Komodo Florensal, "and Xoanthrol would not go without you. He searched the quarry for you, and now the royal dome. He has performed the impossible, but he has found you." "Why did you do this for me?" asked Talisker, looking wonderingly at Tarzan. "Because you were kind to me when I was brought to the chamber of Xoanthroago's slaves," replied the ape-man, "and because I promised that when the time for escape came, we 3 should go together." He had lifted her to her feet and led her into the main chamber. Komodo Florensal stood a little aside, his eyes upon the floor. Tarzan glanced at him, and an expression of puzzlement came into the eyes of the ape-man, but whatever thought had caused it, he must have put it quickly aside for the consideration of more pressing matters. Komodo Florensal, you know best what avenues of escape should be the least beset by the dangers of discovery, whether to go by way of Hamaldaban's quarters or through the gallery they mentioned. These are questions I cannot answer to my own satisfaction. And look, his eyes had been roving about the chamber. There is an opening in the ceiling. Where might that lead? It might lead almost anywhere or nowhere at all, replied the Trohana Dalmalcusian. Many chambers have such openings. Sometimes they lead into small lofts that are not connected with any other chamber. Again, they lead into secret chambers or even into corridors upon another level. There came a pounding upon the door leading into Hamaldaban's quarters, and a woman's voice called aloud. "Calfastiban, open!" she cried. "There has come an entail from the quarry guard in search of Karaftab. The sentry at the entrance to the quarters of the slaves of Zoanthroago has been found slain, and they wish to question Karaftab, believing that there is a conspiracy among the slaves." "We must go by the gallery," whispered Komodo Florensal, stopping quickly to the door leading thereto. As he reached it, someone laid a hand upon the latch from the opposite side and attempted to open the door, which was locked. "Calfastaban," cried a voice from the gallery beyond, "let us in. The slaves went not this way. Come, open quickly." Tarzan of the Apes glanced quickly about. Upon his face was a half-snarl, for once again was he the cornered beast. He measured the distance from the floor to the trap in the ceiling, and then, with a little run, he sprang slightly upward. He had forgotten to what extent the reduction of his weight had affected his agility. He had hoped to reach a handhold upon the upper edge of the opening, but instead he shot entirely through it, alighting upon his feet in a dark chamber. Turning, he looked down at his friends below. Consternation was writ large upon the countenance of each, but at that he could not wonder. He was almost as much surprised himself. "Is it too far for you to jump?" he asked. "Too far," they replied. He swung then, head downward through the opening, catching the edge of the trap in the hollow of his knees. At the gallery door the knocking was becoming insistent, and now at that leading into the quarters of Hamaldaban's a voice had supplanted that of the woman. The fellow was demanding entrance, angrily. "Open," he shouted. "In the name of the king, open." "Open yourself," shouted the fellow who had been hammering at the opposite door, thinking that the demand to open came from the interior of the chamber to which he sought admission. "How can I open?" screamed back the other. "The door is locked upon your side." "It is not locked upon my side, it is locked upon yours," cried the other angrily. "You lie," shouted he who sought entrance from Hamaldaban's quarters, "and you will pay well when this is reported to the king." Tarzan swung, head downward, into the chamber, his hands extended toward his companions. "Lift Talaskar to me," he directed Komodo Florensal, and as the other did so he grasped the girl's wrists and raised her as far as he could until she could seize upon a part of his leather harness and support herself alone without falling. Then he took another hold upon her, lower down, and lifted still higher, and in this way she managed to clamber into the chamber above. The angry warriors at the two doors were now evidently engaged in an attempt to batter their way into the chamber. Heavy blows were falling upon the substantial panels that threatened to splinter them at any moment. "Fill your pouch with candles, Komodo Florensal," said Tarzan, "and then jump for my hands." "I took all the candles I could carry while we were in the storeroom," replied the other. "Brace yourself, I'm going to jump." A panel splintered and bits of wood flew to the center of the floor from the door at the gallery just as Tarzan seized the outstretched hands of Komodo Florensal, and an instant later, as both men kneeled in the darkness of the loft and looked down into the chamber below, the opposite door flew open, and the 10 warriors who composed the Ental burst in at the heels of their Vental. For an instant they looked about in blank surprise, and then their attention was attracted by the pounding upon the other door. A smile crossed the face of the Vental as he stepped quickly to the gallery door and unlocked it. Angry warriors rushed in upon him, but when he had explained the misapprehension under which both parties had been striving for entrance to the chamber, they all joined in the laughter, albeit a trifle shamefacedly. "But who was in here?" demanded the Vental who had brought the soldiers from the quarry. "Calfastaban and the green slave Karaftap," proffered a woman belonging to Hamaldaban. "They must be hiding," said a warrior. "Search the quarters," commanded the Vental. "It will not take long to find one," said another warrior, pointing at the floor just inside the storeroom doorway. The others looked, and there they saw a human hand resting upon the floor. The fingers seemed frozen into the semblance of clutching claws. Mutely they proclaimed death. One of the warriors stepped quickly to the storeroom, opened the door, and dragged forth the body of Karaftap, to which the head was clinging by a shred of flesh. Even the warriors stepped back, aghast. They looked quickly around the chamber. "Both doors were barred upon the inside," said the Vental. "Whatever did this must still be here." "It could have been nothing human," whispered a woman who had followed them from the adjoining quarters. "Search carefully," said the Vental, and as he was a brave man, he went first into one chamber and then another. In the last one they found Calfastaban, run through the heart. "It is time we got out of here if there is any way out," whispered Tarzan to Komodo Florensal. "One of them will espy this hole directly." Very cautiously the two men felt their way in opposite direction around the walls of the dark, stuffy loft. Deep dust, the dust of ages, rose about them, chokingly, evidencing the fact that the room had not been used for years, perhaps for ages. Presently Komodo Florensal heard a "Hist" from the ape-man, who called to him. "Come here, both of you. I have found something." "What have you found?" asked Talisker, coming close. "An opening near the bottom of the wall," replied Tarzan. "It is large enough for a man to crawl through. Think you, Komodo Florensal, that it would be safe to light a candle?" "No, not now," replied the prince. "I will go without it, then," announced the ape-man, "for we must see where this tunnel leads, if anywhere." He dropped upon his hands and knees then, and Talisker, who had been standing next him, felt him move away. She could not see him. It was too dark in the gloomy loft. The two waited, but Zuanthrol did not return. They heard voices in the room below. They wondered if the searchers would soon investigate the loft, but really there was no need for apprehension. The searchers had determined to invest the place. It would be safer than crawling into that dark hole after an unknown thing that could tear the head from a man's body. When it came down, as come down it would have to, they would be prepared to destroy or capture it, but in the meantime they were content to wait. "What has become of him?" whispered Talisker anxiously. "You care very much for him, do you not?" asked Komodo Florensal. "Why should I not?" asked the girl. "You do too, do you not?" "Yes," replied Komodo Florensal. "He is very wonderful," said the girl. "Yes," said Komodo Florensal. "I wish he would come back," said the girl. "Yes," said Komodo Florensal. As though in answer to their wish, they heard a low whistle from the depths of the tunnel into which Tarzan had crawled. "Come," whispered the ape-man. Talisker first, they followed him, crawling upon hands and knees through a winding tunnel, feeling their way through the darkness, until at last a light flared before them, and they saw Zuanthrol lighting a candle in a small chamber that was only just high enough to permit a tall man to sit erect within it. "I got this far," he said to them, "and as it offered a fair hiding place where we might have light without fear of discovery, I came back after you. Here we can stop a while in comparative comfort and safety until I can explore the tunnel further. From what I have been able to judge, it has never been used during the lifetime of any living Veltopis Macusian, so there is little likelihood that anyone will think of looking here for us." "Do you think they will follow us?" asked Talaska. "I think they will," replied Komodo Florensal. "As we cannot go back, it will be better if we push on at once, as it is reasonable to assume that the opposite end of this tunnel opens into another chamber. Possibly there we shall find an avenue of escape." "You are right, Komodo Florensal," agreed Tarzan. "Nothing can be gained by remaining here. I will go ahead. Let Talaska follow me, and you bring up the rear. If the place proves a blind alley, we shall be no worse off for having investigated it." Lighting their way this time with candles, the three crawled laboriously and painfully over the uneven rock floor of the tunnel, which turned often this way and that, as though passing around chambers, until, to their relief, the passageway abruptly enlarged, both in width and height, so that now they could proceed in an erect position. The tunnel now dropped in a steep declivity to a lower level, and a moment later the three emerged into a small chamber where Talaska suddenly placed a hand upon Tarzan's arm, with a little intaking of her breath in a half-gasp. "What is that, Zuanthrol?" she whispered, pointing into the darkness ahead. Upon the floor at one side of the room, a crouching figure was barely discernible close to the wall. "And that!" exclaimed the girl, pointing to another portion of the room. The ape-man shook her hand from his arm and stepped quickly forward, his candle held high in his left hand, his right upon his sword. He came close to the crouching figure and bent to examine it. He laid his hand upon it, and it fell into a heap of dust. "What is it?" demanded the girl. "It was a man," replied Tarzan, "but it has been dead many years. It was chained to this wall. Even the chain has rusted away." "And the others too?" asked Talaska. "There are several of them," said Komodo Florensal. "See, there and there." "At least they cannot detain us," said Tarzan, and moved on again across the chamber toward a doorway on the opposite side. "But they tell us something, possibly," ventured Komodo Florensal. "What do they say?" asked the ape-man. "That this corridor connected with the quarters of a very powerful Veltopis Macusian," replied the prince. "So powerful was he that he might dispose of his enemies thus, without question, and it also tells us that all this happened long years ago." "The condition of the bodies told us that," said Tarzan. "Not entirely," replied Komodo Florensal. "The ants would have reduced them to that state in a short time. In past ages the dead were left within the domes, and the ants, who were then our scavengers, soon disposed of them, but the ants sometimes attacked the living. They grew from a nuisance to a menace, and then every precaution had to be taken to keep from attracting them. Also we fought them. There were great battles waged in Trohana Dalmarcus between the Minunians and the ants, and thousands of our warriors were devoured alive, and though we slew billions of ants, their queens could propagate faster than we could kill the sexless workers who attacked us with their soldiers. But at last we turned our attention to their nests. Here the carnage was terrific, but we succeeded in slaying their queens, and since then no ants have come into our domes. They live about us, but they fear us. However, we do not risk attracting them again by leaving our dead within the domes." "Then you believe that this corridor leads to the quarters of some great noble?" inquired Tarzan. "I believe that it once did. The ages bring change. Its end may now be walled up. The chamber to which it leads may have housed a king's son when these bones were quick. Today it may be a barrack room for soldiers or a stable for diadettes. About all that we know definitely about it," concluded Komodo Florensal, "is that it has not been used by man for a long time, and probably therefore is unknown to present-day Veltopis Macusians." Beyond the Chamber of Death, the tunnel dropped rapidly to lower levels, entering at last a third chamber larger than either of the others. Upon the floor lay the bodies of many men. "These were not chained to the walls," remarked Tarzan. "No, they died fighting, as one may see by their naked swords and the position of their bones." As the three paused a moment to look about the chamber, there fell upon their ears the sound of a human voice. Chapter 19. As the days passed and Tarzan did not return to his home, his son became more and more apprehensive. Runners were sent to nearby villages, but each returned with the same report. No one had seen the big bwana. Korak dispatched messages then to the nearest telegraph inquiring from all the principal points in Africa where the ape-man might have made a landing, if aught had been seen or heard of him, but always again were the answers in the negative. And at last, stripped to G-string and carrying naught but his primitive weapons, Korak the Killer took the trail with a score of the swiftest and bravest of the Waziri in search of his father. Long and diligently they searched the jungle and the forest, often enlisting the friendly services of the villages near which they chanced to be carrying on their quest, until they had covered, as with a fine-toothed comb, a vast area of country, covered it as could have no other body of men, but for all their care and all their diligence, they uncovered no single clue as to the fate or whereabouts of Tarzan of the Apes, and so, disheartened yet indefatigable, they searched on and on through tangled miles of steaming jungle or across rocky uplands as inhospitable as the stunted thorns that dotted them. And in the royal dome of El Como El Lago, Thagosto of Veltopis Macus, 3 people halted in a rock-walled hidden chamber and listened to a human voice that appeared to come to them out of the very rock of the walls surrounding them. Upon the floor about them lay the bones of long-dead men. About them rose the impalpable dust of ages. The girl pressed closer to Tarzan. "Who is it?" she whispered. Tarzan shook his head. "It is a woman's voice," said Komodo Florensal. The ape-man raised his candle high above his head and took a step closer to the left-hand wall. Then he stopped and pointed. The others looked in the direction indicated by Tarzan's finger and saw an opening in the wall, a hall or two above his head. Tarzan handed his candle to Komodo Florensal, removed his sword and laid it on the floor, and then sprang lightly for the opening. For a moment he clung to its edge, listening, and then he dropped back into the chamber. "It is pitch black beyond," he said. "Whoever owns that voice is in another chamber beyond that into which I was just looking. There was no human being in the next apartment." "If it was absolutely dark, how could you know that?" demanded Komodo Florensal. "Had there been anyone there, I should have smelled him," replied the ape-man. The others looked at him in astonishment. "I am sure of it," said Tarzan, "because I could plainly feel a draught sucking up from the chamber, through the aperture, and into this chamber. Had there been a human being there, his effluvium would have been carried directly to my nostrils." "And you could have detected it?" demanded Komodo Florensal. "My friend, I can believe much of you, but not that." Tarzan smiled. "I at least have the courage of my convictions," he said, "for I am going over there and investigate. From the clearness with which the voice comes to us, I am certain that it comes through no solid wall. There must be an opening into the chamber where the woman is, and as we should investigate every possible avenue of escape, I shall investigate this." He stepped again toward the wall below the aperture. "Oh, let us not separate," cried the girl. "Where one goes, let us all go." "2 swords are better than 1, said Komodo Florensal, though his tone was only half-hearted. "Very well," replied Tarzan. "I will go first. Then you can pass Talasker up to me." Komodo Florensal nodded. A minute or 2 later the 3 stood upon the opposite side of the wall. Their candle revealed a narrow passage that showed indications of much more recent use than those through which they had passed from the quarters of Calfastaban. The wall they had passed through to reach it was of stone, but that upon the opposite side was of studding and rough boards. "There is a passage built along the side of a panelled room," whispered Komodo Florensal. "The other side of these rough boards supports beautifully polished panels of brilliant woods or burnished metals. Then there should be a door, you think, opening from this passage into the adjoining chamber?" asked Tarzan. "A secret panel, more likely," he replied. They walked along the passage, listening intently. At first they had just been able to distinguish that the voice they heard was that of a woman, but now they heard the words. "Had they let me have him," was the first that they distinguished. "Most glorious mistress, this would not have happened then," replied another female voice. "Zoanthroargo is a fool and deserves to die, but my illustrious father, the king, is a bigger fool," spoke the first voice. "He will kill Zoanthroargo, and with him the chance of discovering the secret of making our warrior giants. Had they let me buy this Zoanthroll, he would not have escaped. They thought that I would have killed him, but that was farthest from my intentions." "What would you have done with him, wondrous princess?" "That is not for a slave to ask or know," snapped the mistress. For a time there was silence. "That is the Princess Janzara speaking," whispered Tarzan to Komodo Florensal. "It is the daughter of Elko Moalago, whom you would have captured and made your princess, but you would have had a handful." "Is she as beautiful as they say?" asked Komodo Florensal. "She is very beautiful, but she is a devil." "It would have been my duty to take her," said Komodo Florensal. Tarzan was silent. A plan was unfolding itself within his mind. The voice from beyond the partition spoke again. "He was very wonderful," it said, "much more wonderful than our warriors." And then, after a silence, "You may go, slave, and see to it that I am not disturbed before the sun stands midway between the women's corridor and the king's corridor." "May your candles burn as deathlessly as your beauty, princess," said the slave, as she backed across the apartment. An instant later, the three behind the paneling heard a door close. Tarzan crept stealthily along the passage, seeking the secret panel that connected with the apartment where the Princess Janzara lay composed for the night, but it was Talaska who found it. "Here," she whispered, and together the three examined the fastening. It was simple and could evidently be opened from the opposite side by pressure upon a certain spot in the panel. "Wait here," said Tarzan to his companions. "I am going to fetch the Princess Janzara. If we cannot escape with her, we should be able to buy our liberty with such a hostage." Without waiting to discuss the advisability of his action with the others, Tarzan gently slid back the catch that held the panel and pushed it slightly ajar. Before him was the apartment of Janzara, a creation of gorgeous barbarity in the center of which, upon a marble slab, the princess lay upon her back, a gigantic candle burning at her head and another at her feet. Regardless of the luxuriousness of their surroundings, of their wealth, or their positions in life, the Minunians never sleep upon a substance softer than a single thickness of fabric, which they throw upon the ground or upon wooden, stone, or marble sleeping slabs, depending upon their caste and their wealth. Leaving the panel open, the ape-man stepped quietly into the apartment and moved directly toward the princess, who lay with closed eyes, either already asleep or assiduously wooing Morpheus. He had crossed halfway to her cold couch when a sudden draught closed the panel with a noise that might well have awakened the dead. Instantly the princess was on her feet and facing him. For a moment she stood in silence, gazing at him, and then she moved slowly toward him, the sinuous undulations of her graceful carriage suggesting to the lord of the jungle a similarity to the savage majesty of Sabor, the lioness. "It is you, Zoanthroll," breathed the princess. "You have come for me." "I have come for you, princess," replied the ape-man. "Make no outcry, and no harm will befall you." "I will make no outcry," whispered Janzara, as with half-closed lids she glided to him and threw her arms about his neck. Tarzan drew back and gently disengaged himself. "You do not understand, princess," he told her. "You are my prisoner. You are coming with me." "Yes," she breathed. "I am your prisoner, but it is you who do not understand. I love you. It is my right to choose whatever slave I will to be my prince. I have chosen you." Tarzan shook his head impatiently. "You do not love me," he said. "I am sorry that you think you do, for I do not love you. I have no time to waste. Come." And he stepped closer to take her by the wrist. Her eyes narrowed. "Are you mad?" she demanded. "Or can it be that you do not know who I am?" "You are Janzara, daughter of El Morago," replied Tarzan. "I know well who you are." "And you dare to spurn my love?" She was breathing heavily, her breasts rising and falling to the tumultuous urge of her emotions. "It is no question of love between us," replied the ape-man. "To me, it is only a question of liberty and life for myself and my companions." "You love another?" questioned Janzara. "Yes," Tarzan told her. "Who is she?" demanded the princess. "Will you come quietly, or shall I be compelled to carry you away by force?" asked the ape-man, ignoring her question. For a moment the woman stood silently before him, her every muscle tensed, her dark eyes two blazing wells of fire, and then slowly her expression changed. Her face softened, and she stretched one hand toward him. "I will help you, Zuanthrol," she said. "I will help you to escape. Because I love you, I shall do this. Come, follow me." She turned and moved softly across the apartment. "But my companions," said the ape-man. "I cannot go without them." "Where are they?" He did not tell her, for as yet he was none too sure of her motives. "Show me the way," he said, "and I can return for them." "Yes," she replied, "I will show you, and then perhaps you will love me better than you love the other." In the passage behind the paneling, Talaska and Komodo Florenzel awaited the outcome of Tarzan's venture. Distinctly to their ears came every word of the conversation between the ape-man and the princess. "He loves you," said Komodo Florenzel. "You see, he loves you." "I see nothing of the kind," returned Talaska. "Because he does not love the Princess Janzara is no proof that he loves me." "But he does love you, and you love him. I have seen it since first he came. Would that he were not my friend, for then I might run him through." "Why would you run him through because he loves me, if he does?" demanded the girl. "Am I so low that you would rather see your friend dead than mated with me?" He hesitated. "I cannot tell you what I mean." The girl laughed and then suddenly sobered. "She is leading him from her apartment. We had better follow." As Talaska laid her fingers upon the spring that actuated the lock, holding the panel in place, Janzara led Tarzan across her chamber toward a doorway in one of the side walls, not the doorway through which her slave had departed. "Follow me," whispered the princess, "and you will see what the love of Janzara means." Tarzan, not entirely assured by her intentions, followed her warily. "You are afraid," she said. "You do not trust me. Well, come here then and look yourself into this chamber before you enter." Komodo, Florenzel, and Talaska had but just stepped into the apartment when Tarzan approached the door to one side of which Janzara stood. They saw the floor give suddenly beneath his feet, and an instant later Zuanthrol had disappeared. As he shot down a polished chute, he heard a wild laugh from Janzara following him into the darkness of the unknown. Komodo, Florenzel, and Talaska leapt quickly across the chamber, but too late. The floor that had given beneath Tarzan's feet had slipped quietly back into place. Janzara stood above the spot, trembling with anger and staring down at the place where the ape-man had disappeared. She shook as an aspen shakes in the breeze, shook in the mad tempest of her own passions. "If you will not come to me, you shall never go to another," she screamed, and then she turned and saw Komodo Florensal and Talaska running toward her. What followed occurred so quickly that it would be impossible to record the facts in the brief time that they actually consumed. It was over almost before Tarzan reached the bottom of the chute and picked himself from the earthen floor upon which he had been deposited. The room in which he found himself was lighted by several candles burning in iron-barred niches. Opposite him was a heavy gate of iron bars, through which he could see another lighted apartment, in which a man, his chin sagging dejectedly upon his breast, was seated upon a low bench. At the sound of Tarzan's precipitate entrance into the adjoining chamber, the man looked up, and at sight of Zuanthro, leapt to his feet. "Quick, to your left!" he cried, and Tarzan, turning, saw two huge, green-eyed beasts crouching to spring. His first impulse was to rub his eyes as one might to erase the phantom figures of a disquieting dream, for what he saw were two ordinary African wild cats. Ordinary in contour and markings, but in size gigantic. For an instant the ape-man forgot that he was but 1/4 his normal size, and that the cats that appeared to him as large as full-grown lions were in reality but average specimens of their kind. As they came toward him, he whipped out his sword, prepared to battle for his life with these great felines as he had so often before with their mighty cousins of his own jungle. "If you can hold them off until you reach this gate," cried the man in the next chamber, "I can let you through. The bolt is upon this side." But even as he spoke, one of the cats charged. Komodo Florensal, brushing past Janzara, leapt for the spot upon the floor at which Tarzan had disappeared, and as it gave beneath him, he heard a savage cry break from the lips of the Princess of Veltopis Macus. "So it is you he loves," she screamed, "but he shall not have you, no, not even in death." And that was all that Komodo Florensal heard as the black chute swallowed him. Talaska, confronted by the infuriated Janzara, halted, and then stepped back, for the princess was rushing upon her with drawn dagger. "Die, slave!" she screamed, as she lunged for the white breast of Talaska, but the slave girl caught the other's wrist, and a moment later they went down, locked in one another's embrace. Together they rolled about the floor, the daughter of Elko Moalago seeking to drive her slim blade into the breast of the slave girl, while Talaska fought to hold off the menacing steel and to close with her fingers upon the throat of her antagonist. As the first cat charged, the other followed, not to be robbed of its share of the flesh of the kill, for both were half-starved and ravenous, and as the ape-man met the charge of the first, sidestepping its rush and springing in again to thrust at its side, Komodo Florensal, who had drawn his sword as he entered the apartment of Janzara, shot into the subterranean den, almost into the teeth of the second beast, which was so disconcerted by the sudden appearance of this second human that it wheeled and sprang to the far end of the den before it could gather its courage for another attack. In the chamber above, Talaska and Janzara fought savagely, two she-tigers in human form. They rolled to and fro about the room, straining and striking, Janzara screaming, "Die, slave, you shall not have him." But Talaska held her peace and saved her breath, so that slowly she was overcoming the other, when they chanced to roll upon the very spot that had let Tarzan and Komodo Florensal to the pit beneath. As Janzara realized what had happened, she uttered a scream of terror. "The cats! The cats!" she cried, and then the two disappeared into the black shaft. Komodo Florensal did not follow the cat that had retreated to the far end of the pit, but sprang at once to Tarzan's aid, and together they drove off the first beast as they backed toward the gate where the man in the adjoining chamber stood, ready to admit them to the safety of his own apartment. The two cats charged and then retreated, springing in quickly and away again as quickly, for they had learned the taste of the sharp steel with which the humans were defending themselves. The two men were almost at the gate. Another instant, and they could spring through. The cats charged again, and again were driven to the far corner of the pit. The man in the next chamber swung open the gate. "Quick!" he cried, and at the same instant 2 figures shot from the mouth of the shaft and, locked tightly in one another's embrace, rolled to the floor of the pit directly in the path of the charging carnivores. Chapter 20. As Tarzan and Komodo Florenzal realized that Talaska and Janzara lay exposed to the savage assault of the hungry beasts, they both sprang quickly toward the 2 girls. As had been the case when Komodo Florenzal had shot into the pit, the cats were startled by the sudden appearance of these 2 new humans, and in the first instant of their surprise had leapt again to the far end of the chamber. Janzara had lost her dagger as the 2 girls had fallen into the shaft, and now Talaska saw it lying on the floor beside her. Releasing her hold upon the princess, she seized the weapon and leapt to her feet. Already Tarzan and Komodo Florenzal were at her side, and the cats were returning to the attack. Janzara arose slowly and half bewildered. She looked about, terror disfiguring her marvelous beauty, and as she did so the man in the adjoining chamber saw her. "Janzara," he cried, "my princess, I come." And seizing the bench upon which he had been sitting, and the only thing within the chamber that might be converted into a weapon, he swung wide the gate and leapt into the chamber where the 4 were now facing the thoroughly infuriated beasts. Both animals, bleeding from many wounds, were mad with pain, rage, and hunger. Screaming and growling, they threw themselves upon the swords of the 2 men, who had pushed the girls behind them and were backing slowly toward the gate, and then the man with the bench joined Tarzan and Komodo Florenzal, and the 3 fought back the charges of the infuriated carnivora. The bench proved fully as good a weapon of defense as the swords, and so together the 5 drew slowly back until, quite suddenly and without the slightest warning, both cats leapt quickly to one side and darted behind the party as though sensing that the women would prove easier prey. One of them came near to closing upon Janzara had not the man with the bench, imbued apparently with demoniacal fury, leapt upon it with his strange weapon and beaten it back so desperately that it was forced to abandon the princess. Even then the man did not cease to follow it, but, brandishing the bench, pursued it and its fellow with such terrifying cries and prodigious blows that, to escape him, both cats suddenly dodged into the chamber that the man had occupied, and before they could return to the attack, he with the bench had slammed the gate and fastened them upon its opposite side. Then he wheeled and faced the 4. "Zoanthroago," cried the princess. "Your slave," replied the noble, dropping to one knee and leaning far back with outstretched arms. "You have saved my life, Zoanthroago," said Janzara, "and after all the indignities that I have heaped upon you, how can I reward you?" "I love you, princess, as you have long known," replied the man, "but now it is too late, for tomorrow I die by the king's will. El Comoalago has spoken, and even though you be his daughter, I do not hesitate to say his very ignorance prevents him ever changing a decision once reached." "I know," said Janzara. "He is my sire, but I love him not. He killed my mother in a fit of unreasoning jealousy. He is a fool, the fool of fools." Suddenly she turned upon the others. "These slaves would escape, Zoanthroago," she cried. "With my aid they might accomplish it. With their company we might succeed in escaping too, and in finding an asylum in their own land, if any one of them is of sufficient power in his native city," replied Zoanthroago. "This one," said Tarzan, seeing a miraculous opportunity for freedom, "is the son of Adendraharkis, king of Trohanadalmachus, the oldest son, and Zertolosto." Janzara looked at Tarzan a moment after he had done speaking, I was wicked, Zoanthro, she said, but I thought that I wanted you, and being the daughter of a king I have seldom been denied aught that I craved. And then to Talaska, take your man, my girl, and may you be happy with him. And she pushed Talaska gently toward the ape-man, but Talaska drew back. You are mistaken, Janzara, she said. I do not love Zoanthro, nor does he love me. Komodo Florensal looked quickly at Tarzan as though expecting that he would quickly deny the truth of Talaska's statement, but the ape-man only nodded his head in assent. Do you mean, demanded Komodo Florensal, that you do not love Talaska? And he looked straight into the eyes of his friend. On the contrary, I love her very much, replied Tarzan, but not in the way that you have believed, or should I say, feared. I love her because she is a good girl, and a kind girl, and a loyal friend, and also because she was in trouble and needed the love and protection which you and I alone could give her. But as a man loves his mate, I do not love her, for I have a mate of my own in my country beyond the thorns. Komodo Florensal said no more, but he thought a great deal. He thought of what it would mean to return to his own city where he was the Zertalosto, and where, by all the customs of ages, he would be supposed to marry a princess from another city. But he did not want a princess. He wanted Talaska, the little slave girl of Veltopismachus, who scarcely knew her own mother, and most probably had never heard that of her father, if her mother knew it. He wanted Talaska, but he could only have her in Trohanadalmachus as a slave. His love for her was real, and so he could not insult her by thinking such a thing as that. If he could not make her his princess, he would not have her at all, and so Komodo Florensal, the son of Adendrahakis, was sad. But he had none too much time to dwell upon his sorrow now, for the others were planning the best means for escape. The keepers come down to feed the cats upon this side, said Zoanthroago, indicating a small door in the wall of the pit opposite that which led into the chamber in which he had been incarcerated. Doubtless it is not locked either, said Janzara, for a prisoner could not reach it without crossing through this chamber where the cats were kept. We will see, said Tarzan, and crossed to the door. A moment sufficed to force it open, revealing a narrow corridor beyond. One after another, the five crawled through the small aperture and following the corridor ascended an acclivity, lighting their way with candles taken from the den of the carnivora. At the top a door opened into a wide corridor, a short distance down which stood a warrior, evidently on guard before a door. Janzara looked through the tiny crack that Tarzan had opened the door, and saw the corridor and the man. Good, she exclaimed. It is my own corridor, and the warrior is on guard before my door. I know him well. Through me he has escaped payment of his taxes for the past 30 moons. He would die for me. Come, we have nothing to fear. And stepping boldly into the corridor, she approached the sentry, the others following behind her. Until he recognized her, there was danger that the fellow would raise an alarm, but the moment he saw who it was, he was as wax in her hands. You are blind, she told him. If the Princess Janzara wishes it, he replied. She told him what she wished. 5 diadettes and some heavy warrior's wraps. He eyed those who were with her, and evidently recognized Zoanthroago, and guessed who the other 2 men were. Not only shall I be blind for my princess, he said, but tomorrow I shall be dead for her. Fetch 6 diadettes, then, said the princess. Then she turned toward Komodo Florensal. You are Prince Royal of Trohanadalmachus, she asked. I am, he replied, and if we show you the way to liberty, you will not enslave us? I shall take you to the city as my own slaves and then liberate you, he replied. It is something that has seldom if ever been done, she mused, not in the memory of living man in Veltopismachus. I wonder if your sire will permit it." "The thing is not without precedent," replied Komodo Florensal. "It has been done but rarely, yet it has been done. I think you may feel assured of a friendly welcome at the court of Edendraharchus, where the wisdom of Zoanthroago will not go unappreciated or unrewarded." It was a long time before the warrior returned with the diadetes. His face was covered with perspiration, and his hands with blood. "I had to fight for them," he said, "and we shall have to fight to use them if we do not hurry. Here, Prince, I brought you weapons." And he handed a sword and dagger to Zoanthroago. They mounted quickly. It was Tarzan's first experience upon one of the wiry, active little mounts of the Minunians, but he found the saddle well designed and the diadete easily controlled. "They will be following me from the king's corridor," explained Orathark, the warrior who had fetched the diadetes. "It would be best, then, to leave by one of the others." "Trohanodarmachus is east of Veltopismachus," said Zoanthroago, "and if we leave by the women's corridor with 2 slaves from Trohanodarmachus, they will assume that we are going there. But if we leave by another corridor, they will not be sure, and if they lose even a little time in starting the pursuit, it will give us just that much of an advantage. If we go straight toward Trohanodarmachus, we shall almost certainly be overtaken, as the swiftest of diadetes will be used in our pursuit. Our only hope lies in deceiving them as to our route or destination, and to accomplish this I believe that we should leave either by the warriors' corridor or the slaves' corridor, cross the hills north of the city, circle far out to the north and east, not turning south until we are well past Trohanodarmachus. In this way we can approach that city from the east, while our pursuers are patrolling the country west of Trohanodarmachus to Veltopismachus." "Let us leave by the warriors' corridor, then," suggested Janzada. "The trees and shrubbery will conceal us whilst we pass around to the north of the city," said Komodo Florensal. "We should leave at once," urged Orathark. "Go first, then, with the princess," said Zoanthroago, "for there is a possibility that the guard at the entrance will let her pass with her party. We will muffle ourselves well with our warriors' cloaks. Come, lead the way." With Janzada and Orathark ahead and the others following closely, they moved at a steady trot along the circular corridor toward the warriors' corridor, and it was not until they had turned into the latter that any sign of pursuit developed. Even then, though they heard the voices of men behind them, they hesitated to break into a faster gait, lest they arouse the suspicions of the warriors in the guard-room when they must pass near the mouth of the corridor. Never had the warriors' corridor seemed so long to any of the Veltopismachusians in the party as did this night. Never had they so wished to race their diadetes as now, but they held their mounts to an even pace that would never have suggested to the most suspicious that here were 6 people seeking escape, most of them from death. They had come almost to the exit when they were aware that the pursuit had turned into the warriors' corridor behind them, and that their pursuers were advancing at a rapid gait. Janzada and Orathark drew up beside the sentry at the mouth of the corridor as he stepped out to bar their progress. "The Princess Janzada," announced Orathark. "Aside for the Princess Janzada." The princess threw back the hood of the warrior's cloak she wore, revealing her features, well known to every warrior in the royal dome, and well feared. The fellow hesitated. "Aside, man," cried the princess, "or I ride you down." A great shout arose behind them. Warriors on swiftly galloping diadetes leapt along the corridor toward them. The warriors were shouting something, the sense of which was hidden by the noise, but the sentry was suspicious. "Wait until I call the Novand of the guard, princess," he cried. "Something is amiss, and I dare let no one pass without authority. But wait, here he is." And the party turned in their saddles to see a Novand emerging from the door of the guard-room, followed by a number of warriors. "Ride!" cried Janzada, and spurred her diadete straight for the single sentry in their path. The others lifted their mounts quickly in pursuit. The sentry went down, striking valiantly with his rapier at the legs and bellies of flying diadettes. The Novand and his men rushed from the guardroom just in time to collide with the pursuers, whom they immediately assumed were belated members of the fleeing party. The brief minutes that these fought before explanations could be made and understood gave the fugitives time to pass along the trees to the west side of the city and, turning north, make for the hills that were dimly visible in the light of a clear but moonless night. Orathark, who said that he knew the hill trails perfectly, led the way, the others following as closely as they could, Komodo Florensal and Tarzan bringing up the rear. Thus they moved on in silence through the night, winding along precipitous mountain trails, leaping now and again from rock to rock where the trail itself had been able to find no footing, sliding into dank ravines, clambering through heavy brush and timber along tunnel-like trails that followed their windings or crept up their opposite sides to narrow ridge or broad plateau, and all night long no sign of pursuit developed. Came the morning at last, and with it, from the summit of a lofty ridge, a panorama of broad plains stretching to the north, of distant hills, of forests, and of streams. They decided then to descend to one of the numerous park-like glades that they could see nestling in the hills below them, and there rest their mounts and permit them to feed, for the work of the night had been hard upon them. They knew that in the hills they might hide almost indefinitely, so wild and so little travelled were they, and so they went into camp an hour after sunrise in a tiny cup-like valley surrounded by great trees, and watered and fed their mounts with a sense of security greater than they had felt since they left Veltopis Macus. Orathark went out on foot and killed a number of quail, and Tarzan speared a couple of fish in the stream. These they prepared and ate, and then, the men taking turns on guard, they slept until afternoon, for none had had sleep the night before. Taking up their flight again in mid-afternoon, they were well out upon the plain when darkness overtook them. Komodo Florensal and Zoanthroago were riding far out upon the flanks, and all were searching for a suitable camping place. It was Zoanthroago who found it, and when they all gathered about him, Tarzan saw nothing in the waning light of day that appeared any more like a good camping place than any other spot on the open plain. There was a little clump of trees, but they had passed many such clumps, and there was nothing about this one that seemed to offer any greater security than another. As a matter of fact, to Tarzan it appeared anything but a desirable campsite. There was no water, there was little shelter from the wind, and none from an enemy, but perhaps they were going into the trees. That would be better. He looked up at the lofty branches lovingly. How enormous these trees seemed! He knew them for what they were, and that they were trees of but average size, yet to him now they reared their heads aloft like veritable giants. "I will go in first," he heard Komodo Florensal say, and turned to learn what he referred to. The other three men were standing at the mouth of a large hole, into which they were looking. Tarzan knew that the opening was the mouth of the burrow of a rattle, the African member of the badger family, and he wondered why any of them wished to enter it. Tarzan had never cared for the flesh of the rattle. He stepped over and joined the others, and as he did so he saw Komodo Florensal crawl into the opening, his drawn sword in his hand. "Why is he doing that?" he asked Zoanthroago. "To drive out or kill the Cambon, if he is there," replied the prince, giving the rattle its Minunian name. "And why?" asked Tarzan. "Surely you do not eat its flesh?" "No, but we want his home for the night," replied Zoanthroago. "I had forgotten that you are not a Minunian. We will spend the night in the underground chambers of the Cambon, safe from the attacks of the cat or the lion. It would be better were we there now. This is a bad hour of the night for Minunians to be abroad on the plain or in the forest, for it is at this hour that the lion hunts." A few minutes later, Komodo Florensal emerged from the hole. "The Cambon is not there," he said. The burrow is deserted. I found only a snake which I killed. Go in, Orathark, and Janzar and Talaska will follow you. You have candles?" They had, and one by one they disappeared into the mouth of the hole, until Tarzan, who had asked to remain until last, stood alone in the gathering night, gazing at the mouth of the rattle's burrow, a smile upon his lips. It seemed ridiculous to him that Tarzan of the Apes should ever be contemplating hiding from Numa in the hole of a rattle, or, worse still, hiding from little Scree, the wildcat, and as he stood there smiling, a bulk loomed dimly among the trees. The Diadet standing near, untethered, snorted and leapt away, and Tarzan wheeled to face the largest lion he ever had seen, a lion that towered over twice the ape-man's height above him. How tremendous, how awe-inspiring Numa appeared to one the size of a Minunian! The lion crouched, its tail extended, the tip moving ever so gently, but the ape-man was not deceived. He guessed what was coming, and even as the great cat sprang, he turned and dove head foremost down the hole of the rattle, and behind him rattled the loose earth pushed into the burrow's mouth by Numa as he alighted upon the spot where Tarzan had stood. Chapter 21. For 3 days the six travelled toward the east, and then, upon the fourth, they turned south. A great forest loomed upon the distant southern horizon, sweeping also wide upon the east. To the southwest lay Trohanodalmachus, a good 2 days' journey for their tired Diadets. Tarzan often wondered what rest the little creatures obtained. At night they were turned loose to graze, but his knowledge of the habits of the carnivora assured him that the tiny antelope must spend the greater part of each night in terrified watching or in flight. Yet every morning they were back at the camp, awaiting the pleasure of their masters. That they did not escape, never to return, is doubtless due to 2 facts. One is that they have been for ages bred in the domes of the Minunians. They know no other life than with their masters, to whom they look for food and care, and the other is the extreme kindness and affection which the Minunians accord their beautiful beasts of burden, and which have won the love and confidence of the little animals to such an extent that the Diadet is most contented when in the company of man. It was during the afternoon of the 4th day of their flight that Talaska suddenly called their attention to a small cloud of dust far to their rear. For a long time all 6 watched it intently as it increased in size and drew nearer. "It may be the long-awaited pursuit," said Zoanthroago. "Or some of my own people from Trohanodalmachus," suggested Komodo Florensal. "Whoever they are, they greatly outnumber us," said Janzara, "and I think we should find shelter until we know their identity." "We can reach the forest before they overtake us," said Orathark, "and in the forest we may elude them if it is necessary." "I fear the forest," said Janzara. "We have no alternative," said Zoanthroago, "but even now I doubt that we can reach it ahead of them. Come, we must be quick." Never before had Tarzan of the Apes covered ground so rapidly upon the back of an animal. The Diadets flew through the air in great bounds. Behind them the nucleus of the dust cloud had resolved itself into a dozen mounted warriors, against whom their 4 blades would be helpless. Their one hope, therefore, lay in reaching the forest ahead of their pursuers, and now it seemed that they would be successful, now it seemed that they would not. The recently distant wood seemed rushing toward him as Tarzan watched ahead between the tiny horns of his graceful mount, and behind the enemy was gaining. They were Veltopis Macusian. They were close enough now for the devices upon their helmets to be seen, and they had recognized their quarry, for they cried aloud upon them to stop, calling several of them by name. One of the pursuers forged farther ahead than the others. He came now close behind Zoanthroago, who rode neck and neck with Tarzan in the rear of their party. A length ahead of Zoanthroago was Janzara. The fellow called aloud to her. "Princess," he cried, "the king's pardon for you all if you return the slaves to us. Surrender, and all will be forgiven." Tarzan of the Apes heard, and he wondered what the Veltopis Mucusians would do. It must have been a great temptation, and he knew it. Had it not been for Talaska, he would not have advised them to fall back among their friends, but he would not see the slave girl sacrificed. He drew his sword then, and dropped back beside Zoanthroago, though the other never guessed his purpose. "Surrender, and all will be forgiven," shouted the pursuer again. "Never," cried Zoanthroago. "Never," echoed Janzara. "The consequences are yours," cried the messenger, and on they rushed, pursuers and pursued, toward the dark forest, while from just within its rim savage eyes watched the mad race, and red tongues licked hungry lips in anticipation. Tarzan had been glad to hear the reply given by both Zoanthroago and Janzara, whom he had found likable companions and good comrades. Janzara's whole attitude had changed since the very instant she had joined them in their attempted escape. No longer was she the spoiled daughter of a despot, but a woman seeking happiness through the new love that she had found, or the old love that she had but just discovered, for she often told Zoanthroago that she knew now that she always had loved him. And this new thing in her life made her more considerate and loving of others. She seemed now to be trying to make up to Talaska for the cruelty of her attack upon her when she had first seen her. Her mad infatuation for Tarzan she now knew in its true light. Because she had been refused him, she wanted him, and she would have taken him as her prince to spite her father, whom she hated. Komodo Florensal and Talaska always rode together, but no words of love did the Trohana Dalmalcusian speak in the ear of the little slave girl. A great resolve was crystallizing in his mind, but it had as yet taken no definite form. And Talaska, seemingly happy just to be near him, rode blissfully through the first days of the only freedom she had ever known. But now all was forgotten except the instant danger of capture and its alternative concomitants, death and slavery. The six urged their straining mounts ahead. The forest was so near now. Ah, if they could but reach it! There one warrior might be as good as three, and the odds against them would be reduced. For in the forest the whole 12 could not engage them at once, and by careful maneuvering they doubtless could separate them. They were going to succeed. A great shout rose to the lips of Orathak as his diadet leapt into the shadows of the first trees, and the others took it up for a brief instant, and then it died upon their lips as they saw a giant hand reach down and snatch Orathak from his saddle. They tried to stop and wheel their mounts, but it was too late. Already they were in the forest, and all about them was a horde of the hideous Zertala Kolols. One by one they were snatched from their diadets, while their pursuers, who must have seen what was taking place just inside the forest, wheeled and galloped away. Talaska, writhing in the grip of a she-alalai, turned toward Komodo Florensal. "Goodbye," she cried. "This, at last, is the end. But I can die near you, and so I am happier dying than I have been living until you came to Veltopis Macus." "Goodbye, Talaska," he replied. "Living I dared not tell you, but dying I can proclaim my love. Tell me that you loved me." "With all my heart, Komodo Florensal." They seemed to have forgotten that another existed but themselves. In death they were alone with their love. Tarzan found himself in the hand of a male, and he also found himself wondering, even as he faced certain death, how it occurred that this great band of male and female alalai should be hunting together, and then he noticed the weapons of the males. They were not the crude bludgeon and the slinging stones that they had formerly carried, but long, trim spears and bows and arrows. And now the creature that held him had lifted him even with his face and was scrutinizing him, and Tarzan saw a look of recognition and amazement crossed the bestial features, and he in turn recognized his captor. It was the son of the first woman. Tarzan did not wait to learn the temper of his old acquaintance. Possibly their relations were altered now. Possibly they were not. He recalled the dog-like devotion of the creature when last he had seen him, and he put him to the test at once. "Put me down," he signed peremptorily, "and tell your people to put down all of my people. Harm them not." Instantly the great creature set Tarzan gently upon the ground and immediately signaled his fellows to do the same with their captives. The men did immediately as they were bid, and all of the women but one. She hesitated. The son of the first woman leapt toward her, his spear raised like a whip, and the female cowered and set Talaska down upon the ground. Very proud, the son of the first woman explained to Tarzan as best he could the great change that had come upon the Alalai since the ape-man had given the men weapons, and the son of the first woman had discovered what a proper use of them would mean to the males of his kind. Now each male had a woman cooking for him, at least one, and some of them, the stronger, had more than one. To entertain Tarzan and to show him what great strides civilization had taken in the land of the Zertalakalols, the son of the first woman seized a female by the hair, and dragging her to him struck her heavily about the head and face with his clenched fist, and the woman fell upon her knees and fondled his legs, looking wistfully into his face, her own glowing with love and admiration. That night the six slept in the open, surrounded by the great Zertalakalols, and the next day they started across the plain toward Trohanodalmalchus, where Tarzan had resolved to remain until he regained his normal size, when he would make a determined effort to cut his way through the thorn forest to his own country. The Zertalakalols went a short distance out into the plain with them, and both men and women tried in their crude, savage way to show Tarzan their gratitude for the change that he had wrought among them and the new happiness he had given them. 2 days later, the 6 fugitives approached the domes of the Trohanodalmalchus. They had been seen by sentries when they were still a long way off, and a body of warriors rode forth to meet them, for it is always well to learn the nature of a visitor's business in Menunai before he gets too close to your home. When the warriors discovered that Komodo Florensal and Tarzan had returned, they shouted for joy, and a number of them galloped swiftly back to the city to spread the news. The fugitives were conducted at once to the throne room of Adendraharchis, and there that great ruler took his son in his arms and wept. So great was his happiness at having him return safely to him. Nor did he forget Tarzan, though it was some time before he or the other Trohanodalmalchusians could accustom themselves to the fact that this man, no bigger than they, was the great giant who had dwelt among them a few moons since. Adendraharchis called Tarzan to the foot of the throne, and there, before the nobles and warriors of Trohanodalmalchus, he made him a Zertol, or prince, and he gave him diadetes and riches, and allotted him quarters fitted to his rank, begging him to stay among them always. Janzara, Zoanthroago, and Orathar he gave their liberty and permission to remain in Trohanodalmalchus, and then Komodo Florensal drew Talaska to the foot of the throne. "And now for myself I ask a boon, Adendraharchis," he said. "As Zertolosto I am bound by custom to wed a prisoner princess taken from another city, but in this slave girl have I found the one I love. Let me renounce my rights to the throne and have her instead." Talaska raised her hand as though to demur, but Komodo Florensal would not let her speak, and then Adendraharchis rose and descended the steps at the foot of which Talaska stood, and taking her by the hand, led her to a place beside the throne. "You are bound by custom only, Komodo Florensal," he said, "to wed a princess, but custom is not law. A Trohanodalmalchusian may wed whom he pleases." "And even though he were bound by law," said Talaska, "to wed a princess, still might he wed me, for I am the daughter of Talashargo, king of Mandalamachus. My mother was captured by the Veltopis Macusians but a few moons before my birth, which took place in the very chamber in which Komodo Florensal found me. She taught me to take my life before mating with anyone less than a prince, but I would have forgotten her teachings had Komodo Florensal been but the son of a slave. That he was the son of a king I did not dream until the night we left Veltopis Macus, and I had already given him my heart long before, though he did not know it. Weeks passed, and still no change came to Tarzan of the Apes. He was happy in his life with the Menunians, but he longed for his own people and the mate who would be grieving for him, and so he determined to set forth as he was, pass through the thorn forest and make his way toward home, trusting to change that he might escape the countless dangers that would infest his way, and perhaps come to his normal size somewhere during the long journey. His friends sought to dissuade him, but he was determined, and at last, brooking no further delay, he set out toward the southeast, in the direction that he thought lay the point where he had entered the land of the Mununai. A Kamak, a body consisting of 1,000 mounted warriors, accompanied him to the great forest, and there, after some days' delay, the son of the first woman found him. The Menunians bid him good-bye, and as he watched them ride away upon their graceful mounts, something rose in his throat that only came upon those few occasions in his life that Tarzan of the Apes knew the meaning of homesickness. The son of the first woman and his savage band escorted Tarzan to the edge of the thorn forest. Further than that they could not go. A moment later they saw him disappear among the thorns, with a wave of farewell to them. For 2 days Tarzan, no larger than a Menunian, made his way through the thorn forest. He met small animals that were now large enough to be dangerous to him, but he met nothing that he could not cope with. By night he slept in the burrows of the larger burrowing animals. Birds and eggs formed his food supply. During the second night he awoke with a feeling of nausea suffusing him. A premonition of danger assailed him. It was dark as the grave in the burrow he had selected for the night. Suddenly the thought smote him that he might be about to pass through the ordeal of regaining his normal stature. To have this thing happen while he lay buried in this tiny burrow would mean death, for he would be crushed, strangled, or suffocated before he regained consciousness. Already he felt dizzy, as one might feel who was upon the verge of unconsciousness. He stumbled to his knees and clawed his way up the steep acclivity that led to the surface. Would he reach it in time? He stumbled on, and then suddenly a burst of fresh night air smote his nostrils. He staggered to his feet. He was out. He was free. Behind him he heard a low growl. Grasping his sword, he lunged forward among the thorn trees. How far he went, or in what direction, he did not know. It was still dark when he stumbled and fell unconscious to the ground. Chapter 22. A Waziri, returning from the village of Obebe the cannibal, saw a bone lying beside the trail. This in itself was nothing remarkable. Many bones lie along savage trails in Africa, but this bone caused him to pause. It was the bone of a child. Nor was that alone enough to give pause to a warrior hastening through an unfriendly country back toward his own people. But Usula had heard strange tales in the village of Obebe the cannibal, where rumor had brought him in search of his beloved master, the big Bwana. Obebe had seen nor heard nothing of Tarzan of the Apes. Not for years had he seen the giant white. He assured Usula of this fact many times, but from other members of the tribe the Waziri learned that a white man had been kept a prisoner by Obebe for a year or more, and that some time since he had escaped. At first, Ursula thought this white man might have been Tarzan, but when he verified the statement of the time that had elapsed since the man was captured, he knew that it could not have been his master, and so he turned back along the trail toward home. But when he saw the child's bone along the trail several days out, he recalled the story of the missing aha, and he paused, just for a moment, to look at the bone. And as he looked, he saw something else. A small skin bag, lying among some more bones a few feet off the trail. Ursula stooped and picked up the bag. He opened it and poured out some of the contents into his palm. He knew what the things were, and he knew that they had belonged to his master, for Ursula was a head man who knew much about his master's affairs. These were the diamonds that had been stolen from the Big Bwana many moons before by the white men who had found Opah. He would take them back to the Big Bwana's lady. 3 days later, as he moved silently along the trail close to the great thorn forest, he came suddenly to a halt, the hand grasping his heavy spear tensing in readiness. In a little open place he saw a man, an almost naked man, lying upon the ground. The man was alive. He saw him move. But what was he doing? Ursula crept closer, making no noise. He moved around until he could observe the man from another angle, and then he saw a horrid sight. The man was white, and he lay beside the carcass of long-dead buffalo, greedily devouring the remnants of hide that clung to the bleaching bones. The man raised his head a little, and Ursula, catching a better view of his face, gave a cry of horror. Then the man looked up and grinned. It was the Big Bwana. Ursula ran to him and raised him upon his knees, but the man only laughed and babbled like a child. At his side, caught over one of the horns of the buffalo, was the Big Bwana's golden locket with the great diamond set in it. Ursula replaced it about the man's neck. He built a strong shelter for him nearby and hunted food, and for many days he remained until the man's strength came back. But his mind did not come back. And thus, in this condition, the faithful Ursula led home his master. They found many wounds and bruises upon his body and his head, some old, some new, some trivial, some serious, and they sent to England for a great surgeon to come out to Africa and seek to mend the poor thing that once had been Tarzan of the apes. The dogs that had once loved Lord Greystoke slunk from this brainless creature. Jad Baljar, the golden lion, growled when the man was wheeled near his cage. Korak, the killer, paced the floor in dumb despair, for his mother was on her way from England, and what would be the effect upon her of this awful blow? He hesitated even to contemplate it. Karmis, the witch-doctor, had searched untiringly for Aha, his daughter, since the river devil had stolen her from the village of Obebe the cannibal. He had made pilgrimages to other villages, some of them remote from his own country, but he had found no trace of her or her abductor. He was returning from another fruitless search that had extended far to the east of the village of Obebe, skirting the great thorn forest a few miles north of the Ugogo. It was early morning. He had but just broken his lonely camp and set out upon the last leg of his homeward journey when his keen old eyes discovered something lying at the edge of a small open space 100 yards to his right. He had just a glimpse of something that was not of the surrounding vegetation. He did not know what it was, but instinct bade him investigate. Moving cautiously nearer, he presently identified the thing as a human knee just showing above the low grass that covered the clearing. He crept closer, and suddenly his eyes narrowed and his breath made a single, odd little sound as it sucked rapidly between his lips in mechanical reaction to surprise, for what he saw was the body of the river devil lying upon its back, one knee flexed, the knee that he had seen above the grasses. His spear advanced, and ready he approached until he stood above the motionless body. Was the river devil dead, or was he asleep? Placing the point of his spear against the brown breast, Karmis prodded. The devil did not awaken. He was not asleep then, nor did he appear to be dead. Khamis knelt and placed an ear above the other's heart. He was not dead. The witch-doctor thought quickly. In his heart he did not believe in river devils, yet there was a chance that there might be such things, and perhaps this one was shamming unconsciousness, or temporarily absent from the flesh it assumed as a disguise that it might go among men without arousing suspicion. But, too, it was the abductor of his daughter. That thought filled him with rage and with courage. He must force the truth from those lips, even though the creature were a devil. He unwound a bit of fibre rope from about his waist and, turning the body over upon its back, quickly bound the wrists behind it. And then he sat down beside it to wait. It was an hour before signs of returning consciousness appeared. Then the river devil opened his eyes. "Where is Aha, my daughter?" demanded the witch-doctor. The river devil tried to free his arms, but they were too tightly bound. He made no reply to Khamis' question. It was as though he had not heard it. He ceased struggling and lay back again, resting. After a while he opened his eyes once more and lay looking at Khamis, but he did not speak. "Get up," commanded the witch-doctor, and prodded him with a spear. The river devil rolled over on his side, flexed his right knee, raised on one elbow, and finally got to his feet. Khamis prodded him in the direction of the trail. Toward dusk they arrived at the village of Obebe. When the warriors and the women and the children saw who it was that Khamis was bringing to the village, they became very much excited, and had it not been for the witch-doctor, of whom they were afraid, they would have knifed and stoned the prisoner to death before he was fairly inside the village gates. But Khamis did not want the river devil killed, not yet. He wanted first to force from him the truth concerning Aha. So far he had been unable to get a word out of his prisoner. Incessant questioning, emphasized by many prods of the spear point, had elicited nothing. Khamis threw his prisoner into the same hut from which the river devil had escaped, but he bound him securely and placed 2 warriors on guard. He had no mind to lose him again. Obebe came to see him. He too questioned him, but the river devil only looked blankly in the face of the chief. "I will make him speak," said Obebe. "After we have finished eating, we will have him out and make him speak. I know many ways." "You must not kill him," said the witch-doctor. "He knows what became of Aha, and until he tells me, no one shall kill him." "He will speak before he dies," said Obebe. "He is a river devil and will never die," said Khamis, reverting to the old controversy. "He is Tarzan," cried Obebe, and the 2 were still arguing after they had passed out of hearing of the prisoner lying in the filth of the hut. After they had eaten, he saw them heating irons in a fire near the hut of the witch-doctor, who was squatting before the entrance, working rapidly with numerous charms, bits of wood wrapped in leaves, pieces of stone, some pebbles, a zebra's tail. Villagers were congregating about Khamis until presently the prisoner could no longer see him. A little later a black boy came and spoke to his guards, and he was taken out and pushed roughly toward the hut of the witch-doctor. Obebe was there, as he saw after the guards had opened a way through the throng, and he stood beside the fire in the center of the circle. It was only a small fire, just enough to keep a couple of irons hot. "Where is Aha, my daughter?" demanded Khamis. The river devil did not answer. Not once had he spoken since Khamis had captured him. "Burn out one of his eyes," said Obebe. "That will make him speak." "Cut out his tongue," screamed a woman. "Cut out his tongue." "Then he cannot speak at all, you fool," cried Khamis. The witch-doctor arose and put the question again, but received no reply. Then he struck the river devil a heavy blow in the face. Khamis had lost his temper, so that he did not fear even a river devil. "You will answer me now," he screamed, and stooping he seized a red-hot iron. "The right eye first," shrilled Obebe. The doctor came to the bungalow of the ape-man. Lady Greystoke brought him with her. They were 3 tired and dusty travellers as they dismounted at last before the rose-embowered entrance. The famous London surgeon, Lady Greystoke, and Flora Hawkes, her maid. The surgeon and Lady Greystoke went immediately to the room where Tarzan sat in an improvised wheelchair. He looked up at them blankly as they entered. "Don't you know me, John?" asked the woman. Her son took her by the shoulders and led her away, weeping. "He does not know any of us," he said. "Wait until after the operation, mother, before you see him again. You can do him no good, and to see him this way is too hard upon you." The great surgeon made his examination. There was pressure on the brain from a recent fracture of the skull. An operation would relieve the pressure and might restore the patient's mind and memory. It was worth attempting. Nurses and 2 doctors from Nairobi, engaged the day they arrived there, followed Lady Greystoke and the London surgeon, reaching the bungalow the day after their arrival. The operation took place the following morning. Lady Greystoke, Korak, and Miriam were awaiting, in an adjoining room, the verdict of the surgeon. Was the operation a failure or a success? They sat mutely staring at the door leading into the improvised operating room. At last it opened, after what seemed ages, but was only perhaps an hour. The surgeon entered the room where they sat. Their eyes, dumbly pleading, asked him the question that their lips dared not voice. "I cannot tell you anything as yet," he said, "other than that the operation, as an operation, was successful. What the result of it will be, only time will tell. I have given orders that no one is to enter his room, other than the nurses, for 10 days. They are instructed not to speak to him or allow him to speak for the same length of time, but he will not wish to speak, for I shall keep him in a semi-conscious condition by means of drugs until the 10 days have elapsed. Until then, Lady Greystoke, we may only hope for the best, but I can assure you that your husband has every chance for complete recovery. I think you may safely hope for the best." The witch-doctor laid his left hand upon the shoulder of the river devil. In his right hand was clutched a red-hot iron. "The right eye first," shrilled Obebe. Suddenly the muscles upon the back and shoulders of the prisoner leapt into action, rolling beneath his brown hide. For just an instant he appeared to exert terrific physical force. There was a snapping sound at his back as the strands about his wrists parted, and an instant later steel-thewed fingers fell upon the right wrist of the witch-doctor. Blazing eyes burned into his. He dropped the red-hot rod, his fingers paralyzed by the pressure upon his wrist, and he screamed, for he saw death in the angry face of the god. Obebe leapt to his feet. Warriors pressed forward, but not near enough to be within reach of the river devil. They had never been certain of the safety of tempting Providence in any such manner as Khamis and Obebe had been about to do. Now here was the result. The wrath of the river devil would fall upon them all. They fell back, some of them, and that was a cue for others to fall back. In the minds of all was the same thought: if I have no hand in this, the river devil will not be angry with me. And then they turned and fled to their huts, stumbling over their women and their children who were trying to outdistance their lords and masters. Obebe turned now to flee also, and the river devil picked Khamis up and held him in 2 hands high above his head and ran after Obebe the chief. The latter dodged into his own hut. He had scarce reached the centre of it when there came a terrific crash upon the light, thatched roof, which gave way beneath a heavy weight. A body descending upon the chief filled him with terror. The river devil had leapt in through the roof of his hut to destroy him. The instinct of self-preservation rose momentarily above his fear of the supernatural, for now he was convinced that Khamis had been right, and the creature they had so long held prisoner was indeed the river devil. And Obebe drew the knife at his side and lunged it again and again into the body of the creature that had leapt upon him, and when he knew that life was extinct, he rose, and dragging the body after him, stepped out of his hut into the light of the moon and the fires. "Come, my people," he cried, "you have nothing to fear, for I, Obebe, your chief, have slain the river devil with my own hands." And then he looked down at the thing trailing behind him, and gave a gasp, and sat down suddenly in the dirt of the village street, for the body at his heels was that of Karmis, the witch-doctor. His people came, and when they saw what had happened, they said nothing, but looked terrified. Obebe examined his hut and the ground around it. He took several warriors and searched the village. The stranger had departed. He went to the gates. They were closed, but in the dust before them was the imprint of naked feet, the naked feet of a white man. And then he came back to his hut, where his frightened people stood waiting him. "Obebe was right," he said. "The creature was not the river devil. It was Tarzan of the Apes, for only he could hurl Karmis so high above his head that he would fall through the roof of a hut, and only he could pass unaided over our gates." The 10th day had come. The great surgeon was still at the Greystoke bungalow, awaiting the outcome of the operation. The patient was slowly emerging from under the influence of the last dose of drugs that had been given him during the preceding night, but he was regaining his consciousness more slowly than the surgeon had hoped. The long hours dragged by. Morning ran into afternoon, and evening came, and still there was no word from the sick room. It was dark. The lamps were lighted. The family were congregated in the big living room. Suddenly the door opened and a nurse appeared. Behind her was the patient. There was a puzzled look upon his face, but the face of the nurse was wreathed in smiles. The surgeon came behind, assisting the man, who was weak from long inactivity. "I think Lord Greystoke will recover rapidly now," he said. "There are many things that you may have to tell him. He did not know who he was when he regained consciousness, but that is not unusual in such cases." The patient took a few steps into the room, looking wonderingly about. "There is your wife, Greystoke," said the surgeon kindly. Lady Greystoke rose and crossed the room toward her husband, her arms outstretched. A smile crossed the face of the invalid as he stepped forward to meet her and take her in his arms, but suddenly someone was between them, holding them apart. It was Flora Hawkes. "My God, Lady Greystoke," she cried, "he ain't your husband. It's Miranda, Esteban Miranda. Don't you suppose I'd know him in a million? I ain't seen him since we came back, never having been in the sick chamber, but I suspicioned something the minute he stepped into this room, and when he smiled, I knew." "Flora," cried the distracted wife, "are you sure? No, you must be wrong. God has not given me back my husband, only to steal him away again. John, tell me, is it you? You would not lie to me?" For a moment the man before them was silent. He swayed to and fro as in weakness. The surgeon stepped forward and supported him. "I have been very sick," he said. "Possibly I have changed, but I am Lord Greystoke. I do not remember this woman." And he indicated Flora Hawkes. "He lies," cried the girl. "Yes, he lies," said a quiet voice behind them, and they all turned to see the figure of a giant white standing in the open French windows leading to the veranda. "John!" cried Lady Greystoke, running toward him. "How could I have been mistaken? But the rest of the sentence was lost as Tarzan of the Apes sprang into the room and, taking his mate in his arms, covered her lips with kisses.